Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A post-mortem examination has confirmed that senior gynecologist and former Nairobi Hospital Board member Job Obwaka died after suffering cardiac arrest. This even as investigators continue to examine the circumstances surrounding his sudden collapse and a parallel suspicion of possible poisoning. The examination was conducted on Tuesday at Lee Funeral Home, with pathologists concluding that cardiac arrest was the immediate cause of death.
And in this postmortem of the late Dr. Job Obwaka, I was representing the family, and we have done a very exhaustive postmortem. We have done the postmortem together with the government pathologist, and we concur with the findings. The cause of death in this case, he had a cardiac problem, and actually he developed a cardiac event, eventually developing a cardiac arrest as a result of a heart problem that he had.
Administration Police Constable Peter Wamiti, the accused in the murder of Karatina businessman George Gathu, has been freed on a 1 million Kenya shillings bond and a surety of a similar amount. This comes 107 days after he was arrested over the murder. The suspect is accused of shooting and killing a businessman on the night of January 18th, 2026 at a petrol station in Karatina. The incident reportedly happened during a confrontation with police officers.
As the matter stands now, the court does not know about the actions leading to the charge. The accused is presumed innocent until is proved otherwise. There are no compelling reasons not to release the accused on bond. The prayer for bond is therefore granted.
The Institution of Surveyors of Kenya is asking the government to pay people whose properties have been demolished, especially if they owned them legally and had the right approvals. While condemning illegal land invasions and destruction, the surveyors say there should be proper checks and fair compensation so affected families can recover and rebuild their lives.
The critical issue of retroactivity and compensation. The most pressing concern arises in relation to properties that were lawfully acquired and developed in good faith under previous statutory and regulatory regimes, where officially approved survey plans clearly defined parcel boundaries as a center line of a river or stream, in accordance with the law and professional practice applicable at that time. ISK advises that the sanctity of the title deeds and their boundaries must be respected.
A Dutch cruise ship with a hantavirus outbreak on board is to sail to the Canary Island, Spain has said. Spain's health ministry said officials were determining which passengers required urgent evacuation from Cape Verde, where the ship was docked. The remaining passengers will go on to the Canary Island, where they were expected to arrive within 3 to 4 days. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to all of you, my neighbors, and those who are not my neighbors. My name is Mungala Mbuvi, and I'm with City Muge in the studio. City, good morning.
Morning, Paul.
Uko fiti kabisa?
Kabisa.
Nimeona mtu mwingine akisema ufai kuuliza mtu how their weekend was. Nikasema sasa huyu shida yake ni nini? Watu wako na shida.
Si ati yako na shida, ni maoni.
Ni maoni yake.
Maoni mtu akitoa hayaminisha kwamba kuna shida. Yes, here's the reason.
Right.
Sumulize, mbona amesema hivyo?
Mbona amesema hivyo? Shida ilikuwanga ni mtu international.
Hata ikiwa ni international. Bwana
kuna vile
si ati huwezi kumuuliza baba
Right.
Kwaje ukasema kwamba
watu wasiulize maswali mengi.
Bwana sisi lazima uulize
Who are you?
Uko hai tu kuona mkoaje bwana? Weekend ulifanya nini?
Kabisa.
Na kadhalika na
tunataka kujua.
Lazima ufafanue brother.
Tunataka kujua sisi. Lakini uko vyema? Uko salama?
Salmini.
Hiyo ni fiti tena sana. Leo ni tarehe 6 mwezi wa 5. It is the 6th day of May 2026. What is significant about today in history? Well, I'll tell you this. In 1969, Pulitzer Prize, Norman Mailer won a Pulitzer Prize for the Armies of the Night. Watu wanajipatianga hizi awards Je, vitu zingine zenye
Pulitzer lazima uandike kitu.
Najua.
Swali ni kwamba inafikaje maandishi hayo ndio yanaonekana yanafaa kutunukiwa nini?
In 1987, Iran-Contra hearings, Congress began hearings of the Iran-Contra affair, a scandal involving secret arms sales to Iran to fund Nicaraguan Contras. Iran iko huko, Nicaragua iko huko.
Historia ninio ya Iran wa Amerika alianza kitambo.
Tiki tumeanza saa hizi. Mambo ya 1987.
Wewe sema 1987. History you need to go back to 1953. Ndio anze kuelewa vizuri. Because you see this being the world's prefect and poking your nose in everything and wanting to be in charge of everything,
which is now backfiring.
Yeah, the British na wa France ndio walianza mambo. Wow, because they were colonizers.
Right.
Now America, because the Americas, if you leave, as I said, the natives, wale ambao ni asili ya hapo, Afrika ambao waliletwa, na wengine ambao walikuja, these are Europeans. So right. you actually think that colonizing spirit ambao walikuwa nao, ambao waliwafukuza ati waliwacha. Hapana. There's a guy called North alikuwa colonel kwa jeshi. He featured very prominently in this Contra issue here, okay? Contras walikuwa ni wapinzani, walikuwa napinga nini? Serikali ambayo ilikuweko kule Nicaragua.
Hao ndio walikuanga Sifuna huko.
No, Sifuna. Wao walikuwa kaya bombo.
Okay.
Watu ambao walikuwa wanataka watoe serikali kwa mabavu.
Ndio, cha lazima yani.
Yes. So again, remember the Americans had removed Mohammed Mossadegh ambaye alikuwa mpigiwa kura na wananchi wa Iran, na sababu ilikuwa alisema excuse me, mafuta hii nyinyi wa British hii mafuta
we gonna control it the way we want
yetu brother yetu, same story mafuta hii yetu okay, so wewe out, Shah of Iran in. Long history, decisions, but they had practice. Latin America, there are some tin pot dictators au jamaa walikuwa na support in Latin America, watu wabaya sana. Watu ambao walikuwa wanafanya madhambi makubwa, walikuwa wanatenda maovu on their own citizenry.
Okay.
So, ukisikia ati shida ilikuwa kule na huku. Ni sasa wao wako na sababu sasa wanataka waiunganishe. Unatoka Iran, una bypass America, unafika Nicaragua.
Okay.
Story ndefu.
Hiyo falato alikuanga nayo lakini.
Sio hawajaiacha bana. Siwasi ndio kafika wakampiga huyu brother ambao kwa mamlakani sasa kura. Kwa sababu waliona haya. Come on, what do you mean? Hata huyu jamaa tunaanza tu kumpigia kura. Wamempigia. Na ni president. Na tumerudi wapi? Iran.
Tumerudi Iran. Sasa tuko pale na Iran inatwanga watu vizuri tena sana. In 1961, first American in space, Alan Shepard, piloted the Freedom 7 mission, a 15-minute suborbital flight. Suborbital flight. So he went up to space in 1961 and did that thing. You know, the first time I heard that the International Space Station goes around the Earth up to 15 times in a day, I was like, wait, what? I was shocked. But things on that particular scale, when you're in space, but that thing goes really fast. So these people experience about 15 sunrises and 15 sunsets, which is actually very awesome if you think about it. 90 minutes is what it takes for that car ISS to make one is it revolution or orbit, one orbit around the Earth.
Orbit, brother. In the revolution.
90 seconds kanafanyanga tu shwap. 90 minutes, sorry. It's a good thing. So yesterday our president was in Tanzania. I don't know if you saw that one. We're going to be talking about it in a minute. But City, tupatie ile kitu inaitwa our methali for the day.
Ile
ndio hiyo tu.
Ile ambayo inatoka ile nchi.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Gabon.
Ndio hapo.
Yes, yeah. A loose tooth will not rest unless it is pulled out.
A loose tooth will not rest until it is pulled out.
Yes, a loose tooth will not rest until it is pulled out.
Okay, nakumbuka nikiwa mchanga kidogo, jino lilikuwa likitingika. Then my father tells me, "Ebu yone. Mwambie lakini ndio singo anakwambia hapana singo. I'm just looking." Anafanya nta. Anamwambia lakini ulikuwa unasema mtoto, anakuambia lakini si imetoka huko. Oh, imetoka. Then you go look at yourself in the mirror, you smile, and then you're like, okay, now I'm growing up. Yeah, so a loose tooth has got to come out. It's more or less ukisikia kujikuna kuna lazima ujikune tu.
Bro, inabidi.
Yeah. If you don't, you'll find yourself
inabidi,
moving in very weird ways.
Doing some funky dance moves.
Yeah. If you've got a scratch, my guy, scratch.
If you've got an itch, scratch.
Yes.
Utakuwa unafanya hizi.
Umeikuwa na itch mali huwezi fikia. Kama kwa mgongo hivi, maybe
what you do at that point in time, you apply mind over matter.
You say I'm the master and commander of my body.
Sasa kichwa tu inasoma kidogo. Mara kidogo stretch.
Bro, mimi kama ni kwa mgongo bana nitafanya hivi. Ama ndakwambia city. Many a times when I'm working with someone and I really have got to scratch that itch. Unamwambia ngacheke bushi kapo, unaona hapo chini juju kidogo sugua hapo sugua. And for some strange reason ukijisugua inakuanga tamu bana.
There are few things as pleasant as that. Very few.
Kana kanini katamu. I was telling you yesterday, our president, he left Tanzania.
Alikuwa Tanzania.
He
akaenda Dodoma.
He addressed parliament.
Akawaambia sasa ndugu zanguni. Najua hii imewakera kidogo lakini bana ilikuwa hivi.
But those guys actually love our president. Yeah? They loved the president. They had good things to say about him. Actually, one MP said that, Mr. President, I hope you win a second term. Of course, in very good Kiswahili. Si kama Kiswahili changu cha kutoka pale Kitui.
Naombea wewe.
Hapana sisi si wale wanaombea wewe.
Na wewe narudia kiti.
Wewe tapata. This guy. So they loved our president. They were like, I'm sure when they were there they asking each other, Wakenya lakini shida wanga nini? Mbona wamchukia jamaa? Muungwana huyu bana. Mbona washinda wansema one time
bana. Ni wazi jamani watu tam bana.
Watu watukutu hawa.
Bwana, hawa kile wazuri hawa.
Ungrateful.
Yes.
Hebu msikizo mjamaa. Mpaka anataka kutujengea refinery hapa.
Bwana we.
Yani kule kwa shafanya maendeleo, sasa anataka kuingia Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, lakini wa Kenya.
Bwana,
What is
hawa tosheki hawa watu.
Lakini wanabarikiwa na muungwana kama huyu mjamaa bana. Hebu msikize. Lakini wakakuja hapa Kenya bwana. Wakasikiza zile vitu tunasema about the president. They were you guys bad.
I don't think that the president of Tanzania has quite forgiven our Gen Z. Mazee walimwangukia.
She's still bitter about it?
I think so.
But
look, these things that we take, no bro. Be contextual about the things that people say on social media in this country about the president, about each other.
Yes.
The Tanzanians, our neighbors are not used to these things, bwana.
They are not. No. Actually, when Kenyans did what they did to their president, all those memes online, all those things that Tanzanians were like, guys, please. Please guys, this is too much, man. Even the ones who hated her in that country, okay, who disagreed with her in that country were like,
those who didn't see eye to eye.
Wanasema, hey guys, have you seen what Kenyans are doing to our president? Have you seen what is being said about Mama Samia, guys?
My friend, when you refer to these fellows as keyboard warriors, watu ambao walishambulia World Bank mpaka World Bank wakasema okay. Sawa.
Watu ambao walishambulia CNN until the vice president
alikuja
of CNN came to Kenya.
Mwenyewe akasema jamani
tafadhalini
folks.
We have realized the error of our ways and we shall never repeat them again. You know, even when Larry Maddow, went to work for CNN, I think they enjoy the love that we give Larry.
Yes, they
because
do.
It extends obviously to CNN.
Yes,
and by extension, CNN is protected. Yeah?
Watch a Larry are talking.
Museme kitu. Whoa.
I see in those countries. So how do you invent social media?
Yes.
So they adhere to it seriously. My friend, the Kenyan keyboard warriors landing on you, my friend, is not a culture shock.
Right.
No, it's a culture revolution. Sababu, you will wonder what on earth got into you to even say the things you said at the time you did. Wewe mwenyewe utajishangaza sana, lakini ni wazimu gani ambayo nilishika nikaanza kusema hii mambo haya. Now, if you contextualize it and you look at the way in which the president handles it.
Yes.
Chief, let me tell you, you need a very, very thick skin to be able to live with this, because this guy, our guys don't let. They don't
actually
let off.
You do, yeah.
They don't let off.
I would say President Uhuru, for instance, you remember that time he decided to leave social media.
He was
like, guys, I can't deal with this nonsense. I'm out of social media. Can I just focus on being the president? Let me be done with my time here. I'm out.
Do you think they let him off that easy?
No.
They did not.
They still continued. You might not be on social media, but my guy, irregardless, bumper to bumper to corner. Now, this current president of ours, President Ruto, he deals with you head on.
Yes,
he's on social media spaces. He will tweet, he will do TikTok videos at Talanta, kicking balls and so on and so forth. Yeah, kotu. You have got to have a thick skin as a president of Kenya.
You have a very thick skin. Easy at the thick skin. In a very, very thick
very thick skin.
Yes.
Skin of an alligator.
Bro, nafikiri hiyo ndio mzuri.
Si ndio?
Na rhinoceros.
Ikibidi uende kidogo kwa rhinoceros. Haya. Tuingia hapa katika radiogeneration.co.ke and see what's making headlines. FKF assures Parliament of AFCON 2027 readiness amid internal disputes. These internal things, what's not happening at FKF?
Kuna pesa.
Haya, shida ya inakuanga tu pesa, si ndio?
Mara nyingi.
The football Kenya Federation has assured Parliament that Kenya is on track to host the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations, even as internal disputes within the federation raise concerns over governance and credibility. Appearing before the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture at Parliament buildings on Tuesday, FKF President Hussein Mohammed expressed confidence in the country's level of preparedness, telling lawmakers that planning is in progress and is progressing in line with continental requirements. I'm pleased to report that Kenya's preparations for the 2027 AFCON are in excellent shape, proceeding on schedule and fully aligned with CAF's requirements and expectations. Let's wait and see how this one pans out. I can't wait. But AFCON ya next year itakuwa moto. Motorists urged to seek alternative routes as section of Southern Bypass closes for Nairobi Marathon Relay. Okay. All right. Let's see. Motorists have been urged to plan and seek alternative routes following the announcement by the Kenya National Highways Authority of a temporary closure along a key section of the Nairobi Southern Bypass to facilitate the 2026 Nairobi Marathon Relay on Sunday. In a public notice, Kenha said the affected stretch runs between Ole Sereni Interchange and Langata Road Interchange. The closure will take effect on Sunday, May 10th, 2026 from 6 a.m. to 1 p.m. a period expected to coincide with peak morning movement across the city. 6 a.m. lakini hii ni Sunday. Majority of Kenyans wako na hangover. Then kuna wale wengine wanaendanga kanisa for sure, alafu wengine wanakwanga wakitoka kwa maklande wakienda nyumbani, so it's not really at the peak traffic hours ama city.
Sunday is a restful day. There's not much traffic.
And they can use alternative routes anyway.
I think that is part of the reason why they hold this on Sundays. So the inconvenience is limited. On a Saturday it will be a massive inconvenience. Friday sasa hiyo shida tupu. Sunday yes. Na unaanza mapema.
Ndio.
Kitambo watu waanze kujitokezea a good portion of what it is of that marathon has actually been has been run.
Right.
Yes.
So hii itakuwa tu sawa. But there you have it. In case you use that route on Sunday mornings, just know kuna watu watakuwa wanakimbia pale, and if you'd like to join them, well, why don't you check out how you can do that. Lawmakers demand sweeping police reforms to restore public trust. Wanasema nini? Members of parliament have called for far-reaching reforms within Kenya's policing system, citing deep-rooted structural, operational and cultural challenges that they say continue to erode public confidence in law enforcement. Now, the concerns were raised during a high-level meeting in Mombasa between the National Assembly Committee on Administration and Internal Security and Independent Policing Oversight Authority Board, where lawmakers pressed for urgent action to address misconduct and strengthen accountability mechanisms. Committee Chairperson Gabriel Tongoyo said many of the issues affecting the National Police Service go beyond legislation, pointing instead to policy and administrative failures that require immediate attention. Okay. Makarawa kwa njia mrefu sana ya kwenda.
Why do you say this?
Because we've been saying here that they need retraining. We have also said that perhaps they also need fresh courses in customer service. Kupatana tumeona kwanza hapa unaona hii roundabout ya Nairobi Funeral Home kwenda Daystar na kwenda Raila Odinga way
City Mortuary.
Yeah, City Mortuary hiyo sasa ndio hiyo. Bwana, kuna makarao wanakuanga hapo, especially the men. Those guys are very serious for life.
Wale ambao wanakujaga asubuhi.
Those guys are serious for life, man.
Why do you say so?
They don't smile.
Yeah. At what time in the morning do you see them?
When I'm leaving the office at around 11, 12 thereabout.
And why should they be smiling?
Because they are human beings. They're not dealing with cows. They're not dealing with alligators.
They don't have to smile.
No, they do.
No, they don't.
Even when they approach you, they can just say, habari yako? Pana city. Acha nimalize. Ako approach, akwambie, habari yako? Uko salama? Naomba nione license yako.
No, that don't.
Umtole? Angalie ile kitu inatongaje? Ile kitu ya pale kwa dirisha.
If they start smiling, I'll be in shock. Because I'll be wondering kwani kuna nini.
Why?
I'm used to them na hiyo sura ya kazi.
That's why we're saying they need to change.
No, they don't need to change.
No, they do.
No, then how will you know the real policeman? They start smiling.
At least show some teeth, man.
No.
Yes.
No.
Then akiona license yako ime-expire kwambie asome pale one Paul,
kaka braza,
your license is expired. Kindly exit the vehicle. Uta-exit. Akwambie sasa hii gari yako you cannot drive without license. Tunaenda station, aite breakdown, kama ni breakdown inakuja ikubebe, kama your insurance is expired, it is not a fight. You have committed an offense, it is a traffic
what
offense.
What is it that they do that makes you conclude that they approach
because
how they are a fight?
Because how they approach you, kwanza anakujanga anashikilianga hiyo walkie-talkie hivi, anakuanga anakuanga kisikiza. So anakujanga hivi alafu anakuangalia hivi, habari yako? Hebu nipatie license.
Na unasikia wakiongea ile kilo zuri.
Unasikia kilo tango Charlie Alpha. Leta. Anaangalia, anakwambia unasikia hii ili expire 2020. And you're like, afande, unajua, let me explain. No. Unasikia Kipto, hebu kuja. Kipto ashakuja hapo mbio. And then in a station. And you're like, bro, can I explain? I have given you the wrong license. The one that is valid is here. By the time you have that conversation, my friend, Mukoko station, your keys have been taken away. Your car has been towed. Then now you need to pay 10,000, and you could have just explained there, sorry, officer, I've given you the wrong license. Here is the correct one. You get what I mean?
No.
These guys need to smile, man.
No, they don't. They need to be polite.
Yes.
They need to be professional.
Yes.
They don't have to smile.
Customer service. The police is a service.
Yes, we even call it service.
Yes. How would you feel, City, if you're going to the dentist and then upate jamaa amekunja sura akwambia fungua mdomo nataka kukungua meno? Wouldn't you expect at least for him to smile and tell you, hello City, so today's procedure we're going to be extracting your molar. Yeah, it is going to be painless. No. However, there's a slight pain as I inject the anesthesia. A smile. Si akwambie fungua mdomo. Hii kitu si uchungu, lakini utasikia kichungu kidogo nikikudu. you won't be comfortable.
We grew up in different times. I don't expect the person to smile. Why should they be smiling at me? In fact, I'll be concerned if they're smiling.
The police.
I'll just courteous, I'm good. But also the other thing you need to bear in mind.
Yes.
The police don't talk to me the same way they talk to you.
Okay. How do they talk to you, City?
You know, I don't drive during the week, so the likelihood of me getting in touch with the traffic policeman is zero. Not zero.
There are a few cops that I've met that are really good, like really, really good. They stop you in advance, anakwambia kagari kando, alafu anakwambia, boss, habari yako, nimeona ile light umeipita, with a smile. Naona umepita light pale, unaona wenzako wamesimama, mbona umepita?
With that, I'll be very worried.
He needs to, he's actually concerned, genuine concern. Why did you cross the lights? And you explain to, oh, sorry, Afandi, I didn't see. Or, I'm in this hurry or that hurry. I'm really, you explain yourself. Then they tell you, no. You being in a hurry doesn't warrant you doing what? The point is, CT, have a conversation. It is not a do or die. I'm not a criminal.
You are.
Mimi si wa nogo, nimetoka kuiba bank huko.
So umevunja sheria. Wewe ni criminal.
Ndio maana wewe si Karao City. Yeah, so lawmakers demand sweeping police reforms to restore public trust.
The public lawmakers gani hao ndio wanazungumzia hiyo mambo?
The lawmakers in charge of the law.
Lawmakers wajua ni sisi. Kuna watu tuliwapatia kazi watu wakilishe.
Right.
Lakini sisi you know, Paul, courtesy is important. They don't have to smile, they don't have to be friendly. They just need to be courteous.
Yes.
And that's good enough. And by the way, they're trained to be courteous. You were saying they need retraining. The question you would ask is, what is it that happens to them once they enter the service and they're away from training? How is it that the training is rolled back that quickly?
Yeah.
If you meet a Krutu, otherwise known as a recruit,
yes,
who has just left Kiganjo, epitome of politeness. Good morning, sir. They even salute.
Yes.
Good morning, sir. Unaenda wapi? Okay, could I please see your driving license? Namna hiyo. The ones who are seasoned.
Yeah.
Begin with where? You know that it's you being referred to.
Yeah, wewe.
Yes.
Unafanya nini hapa?
Yes.
Gari umeona vile nimefanya pale nyuma? You ask him, afanye nimefanya nini? Oh, ujaona shuka. Okay, you exit the vehicle. Unaona wenzako wamesoma pale? Unaangalia unasema, okay, naona hawasongi. So wewe nani ndio unapita? And like, afande, si kwa nimeona hizo taa.
Una macho.
So uangali, like, no, nimetoka hospitali, niko na stress zangu. Maybe ndio sababu sijaona, but I'm really sorry. Oh, so umetoka hospitali? Uko na ugonjwa gani? You start wondering. Okay, so ama nani mgonjwa? Like ni ndugu yangu ako huko amelazwa.
The vast majority of policemen and women who you come across are actually polite.
True, they are polite.
The ones you come across are the ones who woke up badly or who think that is how they should carry out their duty, and then the special group who believe that the job is to intimidate you.
But you know, there are cops who will stop you depending on the vehicle you're driving. If you're driving a big limousine, like,
they still stop you.
They'll stop you, and then they will salute, and then they'll come to the window because they don't know, they could have stopped their boss or the CS for interior. So they come, they salute, and then they're like, "Hello, sir. All right, yes. I see that you're overspeeding. Are you in a rush somewhere?" And you tell them whatever. But wewe ukiendesha gari yangu City yangu, weka gari kando, weka gari, unaendesha gari namna gani? Unaona unaweza kuwa watu kwa barabara. You're like, afande, I'm sorry, I hadn't noticed I'm overspeeding, but clearly I was overspeeding because I can see you're very angry with me. I'm sorry.
The people I love on the road are the female traffic cops. Unacheka na nani?
Maybe you just have a natural smile.
Yes, you're wondering, the smile is ile mshangao, you're wondering out umenisimamisha kwa nini? Unacheka na nani? You know, you first of all look and realize you is being spoken to. Unajifanya hujui ni mimi ndio naongea na wewe. You know, things are going south here.
Yeah. So you just know, no matter what you do going forward, you're cooked. So you just know whether you smile, whether you grin, whether you say sorry, you're cooked.
And you know, wanaume mnadharau wanawake.
You're like,
hey,
I haven't even said a word.
Na imetoka wapi?
I have not said a word.
Toka kwa gari.
Yeah.
Anyway. You see, I have found though.
Yes.
If you are persistently polite, and this I found since I was a young person, just very polite, it is not difficult to disarm somebody who, man, hujui amekutana na nani kwa hiyo barabara, hujui ameambiwa nini, you don't know. If you are polite,
yes,
they tone down. But when you are these Kenyans, nini,
do you know who I am?
You who, yeah. He'll apply the law and you will get the short end of that.
Utakarangwa.
Just be polite.
Be polite.
Be polite and explain and polite and keep quiet. Don't argue. Polite. Because when you argue, unaonyesha madharau. Don't argue.
The time a cop insisted, let's go to the station, I told him, okay, fine. I ushered him into the vehicle. He said, twende. Akatoa kofi yake, akaekelea hapo kwa dashboard. And I didn't even resist kujitetea. I didn't offer a bribe, nothing. We got to the police station. Then he was like, hawezi jitetea. Nikamwambia, afande, ningekuwa na njia nyingine ya kujitetea. Unaona mali umenishikia? Hapo ndio tungemalizana na wewe. Sina ingine. He just got out of the car, akavaa kofi yake, akaniambia weenda. I told him, thank you. And I drove off.
See, you understand?
Before we get into the traffic updates, KNBS deaths rise to 217,601, with men accounting for 121,000 cases. Kenya's latest mortality figures show a clear rise in deaths across the country, with men consistently recording more deaths than women in most age groups, while deaths among older people climbed to record levels. Data from the KNBS shows that total registered deaths rose to 217,000 in 2025 compared to 206,000 in 2024. Of this, 121, this is more than half, were men, while 95,609 were female, confirming a continued gap in mortality between the sexes. So men, you need to be more careful. You're more likely to die than a woman. Hai, tufanye kitu inaitwa traffic updates, au sio? Tuangalie barabara zimeshikamana wapi ama ni wapi hazijashikana.
Traffic.
Nikiangalia hii ramani yangu ya Nairobi, Kenya, we are looking at today I'm going to start with Mombasa. Mombasa County is not looking bad, by the way. There is Tononoka, Ukonona, Kukosa. Actually, that road is grey. That means there's not a single vehicle on the road. Why? Mombasa. What time do people in Mombasa
when they wake up early
get down to business?
There is a certain movement at around 6.
It's not 6:33.
At around 6, going to 6.
Okay.
Then there's a lull. If you look at that same traffic in the next half an hour, you'll find their vehicle on the road.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll actually check. Moi Avenue was looking good. Gafe Point, Aga Khan Hospital, hizo masehemu zote za Kinambaraki, Mzimle, huko kote kuko sawa.
You will not find traffic on those on that part.
Yeah. Let me leave the island and see perhaps if things are different on this other side of the main continent. Kisauni, Bombolulu, that area yote pia inakaa safi sana. Kongowea as well, no problems. Nyali, no issues to report in terms of traffic. Hapa naangalia Mkomani pia. Mombasa bana. Mombasa ni kama yani watu wafanye chochote. There's a guy from Mombasa called Husam in this station. I'll ask him what they usually do or don't do, because I don't get this lack of traffic. Yeah?
You've lived in Nairobi for too long. So
yeah. I need to get out, eh?
There is traffic in Mombasa. But early in the morning, if you talk about Nyali, the bulk of the traffic that you will find there will be matatus.
All right.
Okay.
The only time I see traffic, the few times I've been to Mombasa, traffic when naiona mchana, like between 11 and 2.
Yes.
The place is buzzing.
Yes. Business, people, activities, and so forth. Remember, part of the problem is the roads in Mombasa are narrow. These wide roads that you see, easy, unakuta katikati ya town.
Ndio.
Mombasa doesn't have them. In fact, you will find if you ukiwa toka Nyali, you're talking what they call Malindi Road.
Yeah.
Not Old Malindi Road. Old Malindi Road goes through Kisauni. You will find, because of the bridge going onwards, up to Tononoka, it's a dual carriageway.
Okay.
As you go towards the airport, dual carriageway.
Okay.
Now, beyond that, you go into Majengo, there's dual carriageway, yes, but the traffic time, jiulize, masaa watu wanaenda kazini, masaa watu wanaenda kazini, and ask yourself the most fundamental, what is the population of Mombasa?
Okay.
Yes, because you're comparing with Nairobi. If you look at Eldoret, you'll find no traffic at all.
I'll do that one.
Nakuru, you'll find some traffic.
Yeah.
Kisumu, you'll find no traffic at all at this hour.
Okay.
Yes.
Nairobi, usual spots, Thika Road rather, pale hivyo KCA University, ukikuja kutoka Survey, ukielekea Pangani, alafu of course kutoka Kenyatta University, leo kuko swafi tena sana. Ngong Road pia haina traffic nyingi. Yeah, so that's your traffic update. Ukiingia CBD today is looking fairly good, by the way. That means that if you're heading towards Landis Road from Jogo Road, everything is A-okay.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Tuingie pale katika magazeti, tukianza na gazeti la People Daily. People Daily front page says battleground areas that will decide 2027 elections. This analysis says that Mount Kenya has got about 527,000 new registered voters. Western has got 273,000 newly registered folks. Nairobi 276,000. Nyanza 278,000, and then the Coast Region 199,000. All right, so those are the new battlegrounds. The hidden flaws in the Hustler Fund, the government won't acknowledge. That full story is on page 5. Alafu wanasema, is Ruto's inner circle hurting his second term bid? Of course, we have said this over and over again. You will find that in page 6. Yeah? Is Ruto's inner circle hurting his second term bid? Hiyo nayo, he can take it to the bank. Hiyo ninaweza sema bila kuogopa, bila kutekerenyeka figo. Tukiangalia gazeti letu la Standard, diplomatic gaffes is what the Standard is calling it. President William Ruto is earning a reputation for making bold claims he later has to walk back, as a string of diplomatic missteps places him under mounting scrutiny. During a state visit to Tanzania, he was forced to explain himself after announcing that a regional oil refinery would be built in Tanga, a claim publicly disowned by host leader Samia Suluhu. The episode lays bare a pattern of premature and provocative declarations, from dismissing neighbors as less developed to sparking needless international rows, including a public spat with Nigerian officials over language that are steadily eroding Kenya's credibility on the regional and global stage.
Now, that doesn't erode our credibility.
It does, City.
Bro, it doesn't. But since you understand this, how does it erode our credibility?
Now that you've asked, City, let me tell you how it does. See, here internally, we deal with issues. For example, when we are told gas will be sold at 300 and it doesn't happen that way, we breathe in, breathe out, and we move on.
Part of the reason is because we didn't believe it was going to be sold at 300 to begin with. So if it doesn't happen, say, okay, so
yeah,
yes, and we move on.
Secondly, on the issue of sanitary pads, lady walipromisiwa pads, it's now 3 years, actually heading into 4.
Are they available in the shops?
Bado hazijafika. Walikuwa wameambiwa zitakuwa bure, na bado hazijafika, sivyo? Haya, na mambo mengine yenye sisi sitajidanganya ati kukumbuka, but tukihesabu zile promises wa Kenya wamepewa na hazijatimizwa, ziko. Kuna zile zimepromisiwa na for sure zimetimizwa, na kwa hiyo tunashukuru. Waelewa? Sasa ukienda mahali kama Tanzania, where they probably are not used to being told that they will get a refinery, and then that refinery doesn't arrive. Maybe the presidents of that country in the past have said, and they have timized, when they under promise and over deliver. So they are used to it. Yeah, they're used to that kind of lifestyle. Sasa sisi wa Kenya, we also used to this being over promised and being under delivered. When you say this and then your counterpart in that particular country says that, bro, there's something I heard you saying somewhere, man, that thing you hadn't told me. Because you see, you're putting me in a position where these folks will ask me those questions in future and I will not have the answers. So why don't you say what you said, explain to them what you meant, so that in case this doesn't happen, they know who to ask. That is what basically President Samia did.
You know, yesterday when we discussed this matter, I told you there are too many moving parts in this particular saga, and I'm not certain what is going on. My position is still the same. I actually don't know what is going on. But what is clear to me, Ruto and Dangote had on the issue of the refinery. Business seems to be the glue that is going to bring together the East African community in ways that we had not seen. Because the moment you have cross-border buying, you have people doing business across borders. It is a good thing that Tanzanians are coming to Kenya to buy. It's a good thing Ugandans are coming. Ugandans have been our biggest trading partners for a very long time. It means that the angst that some Kenyans face when they're doing business in Tanzania will ease somewhat. The narrative that sisi ni mabepari, na sisi ni nyangao, it will go down. Okay. So, as far as I'm concerned, that the president spoke and said what he did, I do not know why. I honestly don't. I've been thinking about this. What the president of Tanzania said, I also don't understand. These are politicians. And when politicians speak, you don't always take what they say at face value. Give it time.
It is okay.
Yes.
But you remember there's that time that he also spoke about the roads in Kenya versus the roads in the East Africa community.
There he exaggerated. He said that the sum total of the roads in East Africa are less than that of the Kenya. The tarmac roads. That was not true.
It wasn't true.
It wasn't factual. No, it was not.
And you see, one of the ministers in Tanzania came out and said, look guys,
baby brother,
we understand that you guys are ahead of us in very many ways, which is a good thing, but also do not belittle the little that we have done.
That one I have to ask the question.
Yes.
You know, why get into unnecessary tiffs? Because that was not necessary.
Then he also mentioned when he was in Italy, he said that Kenyan English is better than Nigerian English, and when Nigerians speak, they are incomprehensible. Now you see, he obviously was speaking and he was making a light moment out of that conversation. But you see, for
those
a president,
not taken lightly.
Exactly, a president shouldn't say that.
No, that should be left to people like you.
But also, even I shouldn't be making such statements, especially on a platform like this one.
No. On this one you don't. There are platforms where you make you say such things.
If I'm doing a stand-up comedy, I'll be like, hey, you see, Nigerians can speak like this, like that.
Yes.
And you know, people laugh about it and we cheers and we move on.
The forum is different.
Hapa. Siezi sema you see Nigerian English is no, I can't. Even if I believe it is,
it's actually in bad taste. But ask yourself the simple question, Paul. These are what you call gaffes. What's happening? Because they're coming fast and furious. It isn't one last year, one this year. It's within a short space of time this year. Why? And they are unnecessary.
Unajua, kuna wakati mtu huwa na tutabia fulani ambacho hata with time watu wanakuambianga mbuvi bana, choma sana. Hii story unashindanga ukiongea sana juu ya nini chorea. You know, tone down. Why? Because unajaibisha, unatoaibisha. I really sympathize with the position that the president finds himself in over and over, and kwanza in this year.
Why do you sympathize, Paul?
Because I know deep down he doesn't mean bad. Especially when he was talking about the roads in Tanzania, he was just trying to tell Kenyans, can you for once appreciate that I'm trying to do something for you, all right? So I sympathize. Naelewa huyu jamaa cause anajaribu kuambia wase barabara zinatengenezwa. Kuna wase wanasema hazitengenezwi, lakini anamwambia guys, si nilikuwa juzi kwa ile barabara nikawasho. Niliwasho. Nyuma unajua venye mabeste yenu Tanzania sana barabara. You know, even at home, there are some things your father will tell you. Be like, guys, you know you're complaining that I don't buy you meat daily. Yes, but you're lucky you've had meat twice this week.
Kuna watu
John Tepale across the estate, that guy, they are not eating, forget meat, they are not eating at all. Then John Te happens to hear it and then he's like, hey bana, guys, bwana, I know I'm having it bad, but yesterday we had bread, bana. That is what is happening here. Then when he's in Italy, he says, hey Nigerians, he's just trying to say that, guys, look, our education is good. We can speak good English. Tuna walimu wanatufunza Kiingereza vyema kama akina City hapa. But sasa mtu mwingine anaisikiza na Nigeria anasikia anasema my brother, hold it. Did you just say we don't know how to speak? Of course they will take offense. And then now in this case of Tanga refinery, you're excited because you want to bring this new development thing, and you're telling guys,
Tanga's a good place.
hey, we can set up something in Tanga.
Tanga.
Then we take our oil from Turkana. Uganda brings the oil. Then we have Lake Turkana there. Lake Turkana, Lake Victoria. Then we also have the Indian Ocean here. You guys have the Indian Ocean. We enjoy. We take this oil all over.
Tanga borders Kwale County.
Yeah. So unajua, I sympathize with him because I know in his mind he means well, but when it comes out, my friend,
the meaning isn't well.
Yeah. It is not understood
or the implication isn't well. Well, there are people who will amplify it.
Yes.
There's a guy who I told you who wakes up every morning. Sasa nimkosoe vipi leo.
Right.
And goes to town on it.
Now you see, that's the thing. Rigathi Gachagua, kwanza on this Tanga issue.
Maze, maipiga rangi.
He has made capital. This yani, he has packaged it well and he has sold it. And guess what? I actually agree with Rigathi Gachagua.
Let me tell you something. It is a good thing that what Rigathi Gachagua is doing is a very good thing. You know why it is a good thing? He is opening a door, and he keeps opening it wider and wider and wider. He should pray that he never finds himself in the same position as President Ruto.
What goes around comes around.
Because the very things that President Ruto in his time would point to President Uhuru's time and say this, that particular ship has sailed and it has landed and docked in his front yard. Same.
Wacha nisome vitu zingine hapa. Standard wame highlight kidogo. Diplomatic blunders under scrutiny, Western Sahara policy in 2022. A tweet was issued immediately upon taking office, which he later deleted, claiming to rescind recognition of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic. All right. Then in 2023, the Trade CS Moses Kuria was disowned by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs after suggesting an invasion of Khartoum in Sudan. Then in 2023, the Foreign and Diaspora Affairs CS Alfred Mutua was forced to clarify a statement about jobs in Canada after the Canadian Immigration Department disowned it. 2023 again, a Somaliland flag was featured at a State House event requiring an apology, while Senate Speaker Amason Kingi mistakenly referred to Somaliland as a sovereign republic. In 2025, remarks in China describing neighboring Uganda and Tanzania as least developed countries caused a backlash, sparking concerns regarding regional relations. Now this is in 2025, then tukarudia tena 2026. And then this year, Tanzanian President Samia Suluhu openly corrected Ruto regarding a proposed joint refinery in Tanga, highlighting lack of consultation. You see, bwana, hizi vitu ni mingi city. Na zinafaa kufanya nini? Zinafaa kuangaliwa. Samia alisema, if you went ahead and announced a refinery in Tanga, which I wasn't aware of, you will explain why you made that announcement. My friend. Mimi ukiniambia hivyo ninapanda ndege narudi kwetu.
I told you this job requires a thick skin. But you see the bar has been raised.
Yes.
Inadvertently or not, this presidency has enabled Kenyans to come out and to point out and to state that which should be and that which shouldn't be. And the numbers of people who are accustomed to doing so is growing. Woe betide the person who then gets a presidency in 2027. Because you are going to meet a completely different lot of people.
Right.
People who have been accustomed to holding you to account. So the accountability factor or quotient has actually peaked and increased.
True.
When it's common staple for people to speak the way they speak in this country, anybody who gets into a political position of leadership will find it very hard going. It is not going to be business as usual. Yes.
Unataka kusoma before nisome Daily Nation?
Mimi nataka kusema tu Business Daily. There's something that has happened in the Business Daily.
Go ahead.
33.3 million accounts have been shut by banks kwa sababu the accounts are inactive.
33 what? Million accounts here in Kenya.
Yes. And billions have been frozen in those accounts. Inactive doesn't mean haina pesa. It's just that nothing is happening.
Okay. So wanangojile siku utaenda hapo ndio wakwambie, hey boss, you have some 33 million here. Rada.
which means that's a third of the accounts that have been there. This is a story by Patrick Alushula for the Nation Media Group. Wamesema hivyo. Then kuna mzee moja anaitwa Warren Buffett. Warren is somebody who, for some strange reason, really loves this country. And for the second year running, he's a great friend of yule jamaa Microsoft. But he's one of the greatest investors on the planet.
Yeah.
He's given Kenya 3.3 billion.
Wait. Who is that again?
Warren Buffett.
Oh, Warren Buffett.
Sushamsikia huyu jamaa?
Namjua.
Unamjua yule jamaa sio?
Namjua huyu jamaa.
Okay. He has wired 3.3 billion directly to the State Department of Medical Services, make it the second year running that a non-profit organization has supported our health system.
Warren Buffett has given us 3.3 billion.
Yes.
USD ama Kenya shillings?
Shilling Kenya.
Okay. All right. That's a good thing.
Helping fill the gap left by cuts in foreign donations by US President Donald Trump.
Yeah. Well, he did that last year.
He did.
Yes.
3 billion ni pesa mingi.
And Nani also did it. Jamaa wa Kenya wanachukia. Bill Gates.
Bill Gates does it all the time. Bill Gates has been funding research for a long, very, very long time.
Alienda Uganda akaona watu wananga choo bana. Kajenga choo kila mahali. Kuja pana jenga choo, anaenda pale anajenga choo. Nduko anajenga choo.
There's always the issue of a narrative and the strength of it.
Yes. When
our keyboard warriors get hold of something and they propagate it, bro, they can cause you harm.
You know, yeah, they can. But I like the fact that we are out there, we are open, we scrutinize. Sometimes it doesn't come out well, but I like the fact that questions have been asked.
It's called accountability. And this is the thing, we haven't taken that necessary turn to focus our attention on our members of parliament.
Yes.
Because the accountability, that one, if we focused it on these fellows, the governance issue would at least have found a window through which it can at least now function, move through and function. Because the accountability factor is what makes these fellows run rogue. Yes.
We asked Babu Owino here when we hosted him on Monday night, that whole issue of, number one, first of all, oversight. What you MPs do there. But I also watched the previous interview he had done in the morning with Akina Eric Latif, and one thing that he said in that interview is that Parliament is a conveyor belt. You know, they just find themselves in a situation whereby it's like they're just doing things.
I disagree with him completely.
The most you can do is speak out.
No, I disagree with him completely. What he's describing is what it has become. That's not what it is. Okay? If somebody rears a lion cub and the lion grows and it's a cub and it's domesticated, that creature is not domesticated. It's not.
What is it?
Oh, it's just slightly quiet and it understands you're feeding it, so it doesn't have to worry.
Aina story.
No, but no, ikonayo. The instincts are there but muted.
Yes.
There are people who thought they could keep pythons until the python decides to do what it does best. Figures this thing of giving it half a chicken a day is not working.
It constricts you.
It constricts you. What am I saying? Parliament is that roaring lion whom we give the mandate to roar on our behalf. If it's behaving like a cat that has been rained on, you're telling me that is its nature. I'm saying it is not. It is not. It's a path they have chosen and they justify it. It is a conveyor belt. It has become a conveyor belt, and I'm glad he has admitted it, but it is not a conveyor belt. Why do you have three arms of government? And why do you have a fourth estate? Why is it that every time we say something here that seems to, should we say, paint the government in a good light, we are hit?
But let me ask, let me be the devil's advocate in this situation and ask this. So you're an MP, City Muga, and you can clearly see that your colleagues are doing what they're doing. It is not right. City, what is it that you can do?
I can take those matters to court.
Yeah? You go to court. These things drag.
I am doing something. And I don't come out and make one statement when I'm excited on national TV, radio, media. No. Concerted. You see what Omtata does? You see what somebody like Richard Onyonka does? It's not just only speaking. We get to hear you and we know what you're doing.
Right.
That's what I mean. If there were 10 Richard Onyonkas, do you think the conversation would be the same? No. If there were 20 Omtatas, would the situation be the same? No. In a house with the 290 representatives, if even a tenth of them decide to speak out, it would be fairly loud.
Sasa si ndio maana hao hawata speak out. That is why Mtata ako peke yake. That is why Richard Onyonka ako peke yake. So na siwatetei by the sisemi ati what they're doing is right. I'm not saying that what Babu Owino said, is holding water as it should.
He is describing a situation and he's saying that's the way it is, and I'm saying no, it is not. It is the way it has been made. It's not the way it is.
Every time I listen to the folks that we host here, especially members of parliament, sitting members of parliament and former members of parliament, one thing is very clear, that look, it's either you toe the line, ship in or ship out.
Then look for another career, because you're not representing your people.
Yeah.
Just do something else. Babu represents his people. Okay? He knows how to knock on doors. He knows how to walk through walls. He has found a way of ensuring that the benefits that accrue to his people accrues. He has done so. Other members, the same cannot be said for other members of parliament.
Yes.
Especially on key national issues. Because the macro affects the micro in this country.
Yes.
And we send them for the macro. Because if that is sorted out, then
it boils down to one thing, City, in my opinion. The people that we vote.
No.
Yes.
No, Paul.
Yes.
Paul, no.
Yes, City, yes.
The people we vote are people who are voted in because we believe they can do good, and we've seen signs. That they turn out to be the way they are is because we do not hold them to account, Paul.
Unataka tufanyaje, City?
There is a lot that we can do, my friend. There is a lot that we can do. An MP called the rally, don't go. He's not doing what he's supposed to do. Send a delegation and tell him you're supposed to do this. And until this is done, we in fact, the next thing we're coming to your office at whatever. You are not the MP for the whole country. You are our MP. How do you give someone that amount of responsibility and power and then you just set them free to do what they like? They will do what they like. They'll be irresponsible. Responsibility is not something that you teach children only. No, you teach people whom you've given power, because power distorts one's vision.
Do you know how many idle Kenyans are out there? And they're not idle by choice. Some of them are idle because they do not have those opportunities that perhaps the rest of us have. So when that person is out there in the streets just chilling, and then he hears some commotion somewhere, I don't know, mheshimiwa pale juu ya Range Rover, of course they will walk
all
there.
Your time in school was wasted. That is the thinking of somebody who never stepped into a class. I'm insulting you on air so that you can understand it. Paul, that is what every Kenyan says.
But it is the reality. It is the reality.
No, it is what has been made to be the reality. It is not the reality.
You and I will not go to that rally. But I can assure you, there is someone out here who will go to that rally.
Paul, maybe I am not saying this rightly, so maybe I'm not making it easy for you to understand. I cannot support a statement that normalizes people walking in the street because decisions that should have been made to make their lives better have not been made.
But it is the reality.
No, I refuse to accept that as the reality. It is what people have been forced to accept as reality because they are being told there's no alternative, and I'm saying there is an alternative.
How many MPs have been accused of crimes? Very many. Some of them even cases ongoing for murder in court. But they will still go to their backyards and they will still hold rallies, and people will still come out and they will cheer for them.
They will. So we accept that as what we should do because that is what has happened.
I am not saying that we accept it.
So what are you saying, Paul?
We are identifying the problem.
And what is the problem?
It's like you having a cold and saying that this cold does not exist, so I am not sick. City, you are coughing. You are tearing, you are trying makamasi. The cold is there. You assuming it's not there won't make it go away. But acknowledging it is there, taking the right medicine will cure it.
It's not the acknowledgement. You are entrenching something that has been brought upon us. You are stating it as though there is no alternative.
That is now where we need to be going, by first of all identifying and saying that indeed, yes, we need to hold these people to account. For sure. How do we do it? As much as you're saying by not going to their rallies, I am telling you, me and you will not go to their rallies. And perhaps a few people listening to us will not go to their rallies. But there's someone also listening to us and saying, no, City, I do not agree with your logic. I will go to that rally, listen to what this person is saying. I'll probably heckle him when I am there, but avoiding to go there and listening to him, now that is out of the question.
I am not even concerned about what the person is saying. I'm concerned about what they are doing. That's what I'm discussing here. What they do in Parliament, and what they do in Parliament affects us. They are not doing what they're supposed to do. Not saying what they're not supposed to say, doing.
And that is what I was asking, unataka Wakenya wafanye nini?
Sasa bwana Wakenya, wale ambao wanapiga kura, wanapigia watu wao kura.
Isipokuwa kuenda kwa rally.
No, endeleeni, then continue suffering.
Kuna comments hapa ndasoma tukirudi kutoka mapumziko yetu. I can see akina Douglas Kibogong, Louis Rudasingwa, and I want them to also let us know what is their version of holding these politicians to account. When we say we are holding these folks to account, what exactly is it that we mean? Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police in Transmara South are searching for armed raiders who attacked Kaituro village in broad daylight, making away with more than 130 herds of cattle. The incident has left the community shaken, with affected families counting heavy losses. Residents are now calling for urgent security intervention as tension continues to rise along the Angata-Barikoi border.
Ilikuwa saa 5, tulikuwa tunachunga, akamoga tu kwa mimi akatuvamia. Kapiga marisasi, sisi tukatoroka. Mungu tu ndilisaidia sisi.
Sasa sisi tutafanya nini jameni? Saidia sisi Saidia sisi, watoto nalia. Saidia sisi kabisa.
So bwana DC mimi nataka ng'ombe. Ng'ombe ni 150. Si yangu. Wale watu wamevamiwa wamenyang'anywa ng'ombe. Ni watu wangapi wameibiwa ng'ombe? 25. Hiyo watu 25 wamekuwa maskini.
So far we are following leads from the members of the public who are giving us crucial leads and who are heading somewhere. Those who are involved, we are soon going to get hold of them.
The Ministry of Education says limited government funds and strict conditions from international lenders like the World Bank and the IMF are making it hard to hire junior school intern teachers on permanent terms. At the same time, the teachers have staged protest at the TSC headquarters in Nairobi. They say they will not return to class until the demands are addressed.
Your children are not going to learn until the government confirms 44,000 intern teachers. Comrades Ria, Comrades Ra, we are saying this, that we are not going to allow the president to give out letters. TSC is an independent institution.
TSC has been captured by the state. You know, the powers of the president is limited to appointing only, appointing the secretariat of the TSC. Therefore, the president has no moral authority in the constitution to appoint, to employ, and for that matter, to dismiss any teacher.
Senators are raising concern over the failure by some employers, both in government and private sector, to remit workers' deductions. They say many employers are suffering because money meant for pensions and health contributions is not being submitted as required. The lawmakers are now calling for urgent action, warning that this is a serious failure in how institutions are being managed.
And my biggest worry is that the National State Treasury does not respond to even some of these committees that we have formed with them.
Tana River County owes its employees 546 million in terms of remitted deductions in its pensions deductions.
Somebody who retires and then they are not able to access their pensions because there were no remittances. You can imagine somebody who goes to be treated and finds that deductions being made are not being remitted.
Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has accused Kotu Secretary General Francis Atwoli of failing to protect Kenyan workers. Gachagua says many workers are struggling due to increased deductions from their salaries at a time when the cost of living is high.
We have a labor union led by a Secretary General, sorry to say, a professional broker who dines with every government in power for his selfish interests. Where are the unions? Where is NAT? Where is Coopet? That the fate of your payslip rests squarely in your hands. You will have an opportunity next year to participate in reclaiming the dignity of your payslip.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Very good morning to you and welcome back. It is now 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. This is the People's Breakfast with me, Mungala Movie, and City Muga. Salamu ziwafikie the following folks. Let me see. Douglas Kibogong, morning City and Movie. Movie asks City if teacher manual is consumable. Some of us used manuals way back. In fact, the 5 Kenyan shillings one should not be disbursed every term. It should be once in 10 years. There's a teacher's manual.
There were many teachers' manuals. For what exactly? For teaching what subject?
The ones that are there, what are they for?
Well, the ones which were there in my time, a teacher's manual referred to a reference book that you used for the teaching of certain teaching subjects. And it meant ya kwamba kwa mfano teacher's manual kama ilikuwa for instance ya hesabu, teacher's manual iko na answers pia. So when you're teaching...
Oh, no, wait, I think I know the one you're talking. So the one that... It's like a marking scheme.
Yes, uko nayo. You see the subject you're teaching, but even what it is that should be the answer uko nayo. That's why it was called a teacher's manual.
Okay.
Because you are guided.
So there was a manual like for primary English.
Yes, this is what you're looking for.
For that primary mathematics. Hiyo kitabu ya maths ilikuwa inaitwaje?
I forget what it was called.
That one.
Yes, but essentially it guided you as to what it is that was being looked for.
Okay.
The path which you should follow in pursuing, so that mtu asiende tu afundishe whatever it is kichwa imegonga iseme this is what I'm the manual gave you a guidance. This is what you expect, this is what you do, this sort of answers we expect, vitu kama hizo.
And they used to go for 5 bob?
I don't know what they cost because the teachers didn't buy them, you found them in the school.
Okay. Luis Ruda Singu anasema good morning RG team. Luis ametoka the land of 1,000 hills.
Yes.
Kule Rwanda.
Yes.
Kagema Mudhami amesema morning gents. Mwalimu, does our president understand Swahili culture? Hajui Mswahili atakupamba ila ngoja kidogo. Mwalimu, does our president understand Swahili culture? Hajui Mswahili atakupamba ila ni kejeli. Mwalimu, all Ruto go to sarcasm. Is it that bad?
It could be. Wajua mgeni lazima karibishwe. Yes. So okay. Kwa ufupi tukisema kwamba alikuwa mgeni alipoenda Dodoma, alikuwa nakaribishwa.
All right. James Board says, good morning. Good morning to you too. Then Kagema comes back and says, also, it's clear Suluhu has no idea that katiba zetu ni tofauti. Ya Tanzania is still Stone Age. Wait.
Wakenya wameanza mambo yao sio?
With Piga Mikwaju. If she wants to keep killing her grandchildren up to her. But the truth is you can't kill all. Okay. Yeah, it's true. You can't kill everyone.
Lakini mazee yani wamefika huko tayari.
According to their former chief justice, the death toll in the elections skirmish walikuwa 518 Tanzanians. That was bad.
How ni wengi?
And there were some Kenyans in there as well.
Yes, there were. Lakini 500 ni wengi.
500 ni wengi.
Moja. Anyway.
In our post-election violence, we lost about between 1,300 to 1,600 people, right?
Yes, we did.
Haya. Job Kola amesema hamjambo wakubwa, niliwatizama kakabraza wakimiminia daktari rais wetu sifa kocho, sifa tele kwa hutuba ambayo wengine walimlinganisha na hayati mzee Kabarage. Lakini je, itatimia lini bila siasa? Sometimes I ask myself whether I went to a Swahili class.
You did. It's just that you do not.
No,
yes, you see, you are not. It isn't incumbent upon you to interact with the language daily. If this program was in Kiswahili,
right?
I believe.
Sasa ningekuwa nimeiva
Oh baba mbichi ungekuwa umeliwa chambali kabisa.
Ningekuwa nasema astaghfirullah. Jimmy Kwan anasema good morning Wazito. Well, good morning to you too. City, have you been asked by a pastor to give him money to pay for his son to be employed? Have you? This is Douglas asking. City, have you been asked by a pastor to give him money to pay for his son to be employed?
No.
Okay.
Hey, I know pastors, but no, I've never come across such.
Okay.
I know pastors who've asked me if I'm in a position to help get jobs for people they know, but that particular one, I know. I haven't come across it.
Right. Unani IK or is it LK 9225 anasema hawa MPs wapigwe mikwaju ni viboko, si ndio?
Yes.
Mijeledi. Aya, tutarudia hiyo swala la MP tu saa hizi. Egypt Kona tena akasema I like the way Mbuvi is sipping water after City's answer. I'm thirsty, my friends. Anyway, so Goodia says Kenyan politicians are all about interests. Forget about serving the public. We would be lying to ourselves. They are used to the forgiving public. Aswano Mondi anasema I'm Aswano Mondi from Nakuru. Good morning City Mugan Mbuvi. Mtu wetu syndrome ndiyo shida. We need to recall representatives, that is the members of National Assembly and senators who are not working. This is the weakest. This is the worst and weak public houses, that is the National Assembly and the Senate, since 1963. Why do you think that Ruto is comfortable with getting away with a lot? All right. Aya, kuna mtu mwingine ameuliza kitu mpya? Hakuna. All right. Salamu ndizo hizo kwa hilo swala la members of parliament, holding them to account, ignoring them at public rallies, not doing what? Not going to their gatherings,
not taking their money.
Not taking their money, yes.
The most difficult one is now recalling them. The path to recalling an MP is very torturous and it's very difficult. But it doesn't mean they cannot be recalled. And why it is even more difficult is because you'll find that Mheshimiwa belongs to a clan.
Like a tribal clan?
Yes, tribal clan. And that clan will own him more than the constituency that he serves.
Very true.
And that clan will support him with all his misdeeds. Yes. So, the path to understanding how it is that the resources that we have in this country can benefit us to improve our lives, as opposed to benefiting those who we have elected to superintend.
Yeah.
Ay, bro.
Kidogo tricky.
Kitu ni mzito.
Itabidi tumekubali tu. I am for the opinion that perhaps the biggest opportunity we have to change anything is during an election. Yeah. During an election, maybe perhaps. Kagema Mudhami amesema the issue of Kenya police, the solution is disbanding it all. Have the military police as the new police unit. There is no respect even for uniforms. There is no respect even for uniforms. Have you not seen vitambis in uniform? Yeah, we have seen them. But hiyo tu ni kukula sana. Imaanisha ati huyo karao si mpoa. Ni venye tu amekula na maybe amekula kwa njia ambayo haifai.
Or maybe that uniform is old. Sasa kama ulipewa uniform ulipokuwa umetoka kiganjo.
Hapana bro. Well, even if that uniform is old, hautakuwa na nini? Hautakuwa na kitambi. Kitambi inakujanga juu umekula. Also wearing open shoes na umevaa uniform, we need to undo the police force and really rebuild it.
So ni gout brother.
Unaweza kuwa na shida ya vidole, si ndio? Za miguu.
Ndio.
The toes sometimes could be sick. So that's that as far as your Nini is concerned. We'll definitely need to have a conversation about how we need to hold our leaders to account. We hadn't checked out the Daily Nation. Let me do it real quick. Ruto's deal with Samia. Wanasema President Ruto is the second Kenyan leader to address the Tanzanian parliament. Who was the first one?
Sijui.
Alafu wanasema Ruto urges Tanzania to buy into all refinery project and backs rail growth. President Suluhu laments Gen Z uprising, calls for joint crackdown on political dissent. And then on the you want to say something on this?
No, I'm taking a deep breath and asking. I mean, what does she mean political dissent? Look, for heaven's sake, the fact that somebody has an alternate opinion doesn't mean that they don't like you. They're just telling you we don't like the way you're doing this. So that statement by the president seems to be saying we must not encourage a diversity of thought processes and the expression of the same. It's like she's suggesting that we should maintain the status quo. You don't grow that way.
Taking America as an example, I like how things are done there. Unapata mpaka hata radio presenters, TV presenters, comedians and everyone, they will critique you.
Utaambiwa.
They will make jokes. They will even mimic your voice. They will dress like you and they will say things.
Yes, they will.
And at the end of the day, you will feel bad as a president. You'll even insult some of them. But the life continues.
It does. But that is why that country was as great as it was.
Yeah. No one disappears. No one is taken into a Subaru. No one disappears for a few days, then comes back and says they were sodomized. I mean,
human nature being what it is. What is certain is this. You find that there are people who will abuse freedoms. There are people who will, every waking hour, seek to find ways in which they can actually disabuse the very freedom that people have. Like there's been a story that has been taking place in a certain place called Paradise Lost.
In Kenya?
Paradise Lost in Kiambu County.
Yes.
In the environs. It is being said, and this again on social media, you know, Paul, I blame you.
Yeah.
Before I met you, I was
social media.
I was happily ignorant of it.
Yeah, you were happy being in the dark.
You ask what? Now I'm having to engage with it, and some of the things I engage are very alarming.
You've left the Jurassic era. You have come to the 21st century.
No, not quite. I'm in the 20th bado, but I'm heading towards the 21st century.
Okay.
I'm heading the Jurassic nimewacha.
So what did you see?
No, it's what I read. There's a guy whose name is being referred to the social media as Sammy. It's being said that he's a man who has a gang of marauding youth of around 50. It is reported that in that same environs of Paradise Lost, which is in Kiambu, county, that it's in a place, it's in an area I think called Vindigua or something.
Okay.
What was reported recently was how there was a function, a birthday party with many young ladies attending, one of their own. These 50 young men, some high, some were drunk, whatever, entered, caused mayhem. It is reported. And according to the report, that some girls were raped.
Okay.
It is being reported that this same group went somewhere else and some young men were sodomized.
When did this happen again?
In the course of last week.
Okay.
It's being reported as such a guy. It is also being reported, and I saw a letter that is purportedly written by this same fellow saying, somebody has taken my picture and put on social media, and they're saying I did these things. I'm not the one. I didn't do any such things. My picture is being used.
Yes.
I'm being called Sammy. I don't know who this Sammy is, and I don't know about these gangs and so forth.
Has anyone come out to report that they were assaulted by this gang?
Yes. That is where the problem arose.
Okay.
Yes. People. There are people who claim that they were attacked by these gangs. That's how the story began. Now, when I read it, I said, so this issue of gangs and goons and those who own them have now taken a completely new life. This story may not even be true, but it has been presented as being true. So I'm asking the question: if it happened, the scale was small, it's been amplified. If it didn't happen at all and someone had decided to take this avenue, put a picture of somebody, calls them by a different name, then there's a letter appears on social media, the person saying it is not me, and they address the DCI and saying, Banagai, I'm not the person who's doing these things. Please investigate what is happening.
So he presented himself to the police and
I only saw the letter that he wrote to the DCI.
All right.
When I read such things, and it seems normal, why the factor is believable is because we have had scenarios similar to this one, where goons come in and dismantle a function.
Yes.
Case in point, the MP for Seme, Dr. James Nyikal, was burying his father.
Yes, over the weekend, yeah.
And it is said one aspirant for the gubernatorial seat, Professor Ojenda, came in with the goons.
At a burial.
At a burial. And disrupted the
function, yeah.
And Dr. Nyikal was very upset. His son was even more upset.
Surely. We are burying our loved one.
Our patriarch.
Yeah.
What is this? But they were contained, but they spoke well. A lot of young people who form the grouping that we refer to as goons have been associated with this fellow. He's a candidate for the gubernatorial seat of Kisumu.
Yeah.
He's the current senator. So, why am I giving this example? We have a situation where one should have heard of what the police have decided to do, more specifically the DCI.
Yes.
I'm sure there's something they are doing. I'm sure there's something they will do. But my real fear is when this becomes the norm. I know over time, when I worked in Luo Nyanza, when you'd go to a funeral, and one moment everything's come, then you'd hear, suddenly around 6 cars have come in. They've raised dust. The supposed Mheshimiwa comes out, the doors are open for him. There are these burly fellows who seem to have lifted many, many stones, huge fellows coming out, standing next to him. And I'm saying, what? This time it was the norm.
Yeah.
Or you go to a burial where somebody who's well known in the region, they're the ones already manning and decides who sits where. If they know you, you will, Nani, you come and sit here. If they don't know you, you leave it.
Bro, usimama huko?
Yes. What am I saying? It is in these small measures that this sovereignty that we fought for is lost and you don't even know you're losing it. When you hear of organized crime, they don't start as organized crimes. They start as thugs. Over time, they formulate.
Yes.
And they have a structure, a clear structure.
This is the leader. This is the commander.
Yes.
These are the foot soldiers.
Yes.
These are the ones receiving the money.
Yes.
And this is where we are investing this money.
Yes, and these are the services we offer.
Yeah.
Okay. Murder, we charge so much.
Yes.
The abduction,
any assassination.
Yes, we charge so much. All the services which are offered, so these are the things we offer. Now, it becomes organized then because it's now a business and it has a structure, but it doesn't start as a business with a structure. Once a leader emerges, there's a leader who can direct them and tell them, okay, this is what you guys are going to get every single day. This is what you will do. What those who support them don't realize is you are creating an alternate government. And they will challenge what we know as mainstream security. They will challenge mainstream security.
For sure.
And then at some point, some extreme measure will need to be taken. And a lot of young men will die. Young men who did not need to die at all. But
even ndivyo Mungiki zilikama up, akina Chinkororo, akina uliita dile ya kule coast.
First of all, there was in the coast there was Congo by force. Then over time, I'm trying to remember the name of these young men who molest and maim and harm people in Kisauni. There's a name. I'm just forgetting it.
Okay.
But Congo by force was when I was a young person. You're talking about Western Kenya, Angola, Msumbiji. It's a gang.
Okay. Inaitwa Angola, Msumbiji.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a gang. Okay. And they keep growing, and they keep growing, and they keep growing. They go down. Leaders die, like the ones I know in Luo Nyanza. Many of them who died in the early days, Baghdad boys they were called.
Baghdad,
yes.
Nimesikia Baghdad.
Yes, they became boys, then they were men, and then they were old men with time.
Yeah.
The few remained. Either they died because of the nature of their business, wars, fightings, things, but you died. Some, when HIV came along, it killed very...
Hiyo Sunday iliyofagia. Fagilia wote.
That one. Kuku kapanda baiskeli.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Very many of them died as a result of that. And you suddenly thought there was a quell and a quiet. But these young men and the activities they're involved in have a direct correlation with the state of the economy, the absence of opportunities, and the death of hope. Because who in their right minds puts their lives at risk?
No one. Definitely no one.
Yeah, but you've looked, and you do not see what you will possibly do. This is the harm. We used to blame the national government directly because they're the ones who held the purse strings. But with the advent of the county government, we cannot now blame the national government. How many cycles of funding have the counties received in this country? 3. Is that not so?
It is.
Yeah, so you cannot say that money has not been in the areas. This, when you point directly at the people who are involved in politics, the leadership of those who are in politics, and the roles that they have put these young men into.
Yeah.
Because these young men see this as a career path. It's a death path because you will die at some point. The police will kill some of you because they know what you do and you're causing problems. You will die.
Some of you will eliminate each other.
Yes, exactly. But your life will be miserable. And the thing is, most of these fellows, young as they are married, have children, and they are hoping there'll be a future. So that's why when it is attributed to someone like Mheshimiwa Polongile, and he said that he says that Nairobi needs a thug as a governor.
He said goon.
It's the same thing.
He said goon, but yes.
It is the same thing. A goon is a thug. Okay? Then I understand what he means. He says
to fight fire with fire.
Yes. If you want things to move, you need to have a certain mindset. That's what he's saying. I understand him perfectly.
Yep.
But when you put it in a context and you use certain words, you are saying that you need to apply the rule of law by first breaking it. Because if you are a thug, then your activities are contrary and they run contrary and parallel to the law. And you're saying that is how you adhere to the norms of the law by being outside the law. It's a contradiction of terms, but it speaks. Now, this is where your point comes in. The reality of what we have. He wasn't speaking to something aspirational.
Yeah.
He's speaking to what he knows and understands and his lived reality, as we call it.
Let me take an example of Traore of Burkina Faso. He obviously broke a law by doing the coup, but the person he did a coup against also had broken a law, and that person also broke the law because the person before him had broken. So there are probably 10 people who broke the law before even President Traore did it. But President Traore did it, and the people of that country seem to be appreciating the efforts. I have seen several vloggers going into Burkina Faso, and the people, the citizens of Burkina Faso they speak to, but those guys have got nothing but good things to say about their president. They have shown some development projects taking place, buildings coming up, some industries coming up, like manufacturing of some of the what are they called, agricultural produce. They have tomatoes, niliona pia barabara zinajengwa kule, and so on and so forth. So you will find that citizens are actually happy about it, at least the ones that are being interviewed. There are some who actually even sit outside State House, and they call themselves, like the presidential guards of sort, where they come, they sit there, and the whole night they sing, they dance in the name of we want to protect our president. By the time mtu anataka kwenda pale State House attack President Traore, anapatana na sisi kwanza, and that perhaps will give our president the time to do what? To reorganize, organize, or even flee. When you look at such a situation where people are actually happy that their president did what he did, I ask myself, okay, then I look at a country like I think it was El Salvador. The December president alikuwa sworn in, and the moment he put that Bible down like this, that guy just suspended the constitution and he said, to hell with these things you call laws. I am arresting anyone who we even suspect. Forget that we know for a fact that TCT is a drug dealer, is a gang member. If it is said, if it is rumored, if it is suspected,
unaweka ndani kwanza tutaongea baadaye, lakini mwanzo twende yes,
that country was the murder capital of the world, as they called it at the time. And months after he took over, the place went back to normal. Businesses started thriving. Zile makatels zilikuwa zinaokota tax zikakuwa captured, and that was the end of the problems that the citizens had. People there are like, you know what, this constitution you call constitution, to hell with it. As long as I can get up in the morning and go to work, our daughters are not being raped, our wives are not being raped, our mothers are not being raped, then that thing you call the constitution, to hell with it. Imagine. What if we look at things from that perspective? Now, I'm not saying that President Ruto should wake up one day and suspend the constitution. Our constitution allows our president to do so much. The judiciary, the police service, DCI, whoever you want to call them, the authorities can actually function within our laws, and I'm sure we can achieve the same things Burkina Faso is achieving with our constitution. The same things El Salvador is doing with our constitution. We can still do it. If it is arresting cartel members or gang members, gang leaders, rogue politicians, we can still do it with the constitution we have. We don't need to suspend anything.
You know, what brings about the suspension of a constitution by a president, and why people even cheer for it, when you've had decades and decades of misrule, to the point where the state of normalcy in your country is chaos.
Yeah.
Somebody who brings normalcy, even if you're calling it dictatorship,
yes,
it is welcomed.
Kuna mtu anasema it's okay.
Afadhali, it is okay.
Yeah.
We are fine. At least I can wake up. I know nobody's going to shoot me. I know my children can go to school. We have shortages here and there, but I'm okay.
Yeah.
As opposed to what we had previously. Now, this is where now the story of capitalism and the relationship capitalism has with democracy comes in.
Yes.
And this is where also the discussion around what form of government an African country or Africa as a continent needs to think of having. The Western model, where they're distinct, it is socialist, it is communist, it is what they call a dictatorship, it's a democracy. Why don't we look at, say, for instance, the Southeast Asian countries or Asian countries?
Okay.
India is out of that particular loop, but you talk about Pakistan, you talk about Indonesia, you talk about... They have a very interesting mix of governments. The military have a very big role. If the military doesn't support you, you can't be president. You will be a civilian president, but the military has a say. It's one of the reasons why in Bangladesh, for instance, when the military told
the Prime Minister,
Sheikh Hussein, Mama,
it's bad.
Kwenda, itafadhali. And then they proceeded to have elections, meaning Big Daddy is watching.
Right.
Okay? There are those in the West who criticize it resoundingly. But the West criticize anything and everything that doesn't favor them. So the criticism should be taken with a pinch of salt. Okay? The Chinese system of government, where commercial freedom, my friend, ni mingi. That's why they've grown ni mingi. They allow you to come in. But understand, their commercial and industrial interests have government support. That's why they do not collapse.
Let me ask you something, by the way, before I forget. If I wanted to be a citizen of America, see, there's a pathway to becoming a citizen of the US.
There is a pathway, yes.
Is there a pathway to becoming a citizen of China?
There must be. There must be. The reason why there must be, the Chinese, let's talk about foreign aid. Let's talk about grants. Let's talk about concessional loans that developed countries have been giving developed countries. The Chinese are very unique in the way they go about their business. One, most countries that gave aid, yes, to help develop those nations, but in essence they were expanding the market, their market. Because when they bring you development, they bring you goods and services, and they bring you manufacturing implements from their country. They have now introduced a new market for that particular product. In time you'll require servicing it, it is theirs. In time you'll need transfer of skills, it is their people will be transferring skills.
Right.
The Chinese do something different. They bring very many of their countrymen into your country.
Yeah.
At a go.
They invade.
No.
In a good way.
Yes. They come in large numbers.
Right.
And you give them time, they'll form even a community of their own.
You know where I live with a lot of Chinese nationals, Like sometimes you are randomly buying nyanya, unaona jamaa anakuja nanunua kilo mzima ya pilipili. But anyway, continue.
Yes, ndio hiyo.
Yeah.
So wewe unanunua nyanya.
Yeah.
So the pilipili, at least now ukilima pilipili, ukipanda rather, unajua kuna market.
Kuna market.
Si ndio?
Ndio.
So that is their model. The model where governments are involved in business is something that it's a form of doing business that you find in China, in Korea,
yes,
I'm talking about South Korea, in Japan, Malaysia, Indonesia. They have a bit of it, but these people it's direct involvement. Now, what is really strange about our country, we had a similar approach through ICDC. that was the investment arm of the government. And ICDC ilianzishwa in 1954. Jana. Okay? There was a clear understanding that if you want to develop economically, you need a wing which can source funds, bring in money, has expertise, and can look at the development that is required in the country and can grow it. And we understood that you had it in every sector. That was Commercial Industrial Development Corporation. In farming, you had Agricultural Finance Corporation, meaning that's their job. And to understand it, we had ADC farms.
Yeah.
Now, the farms were where you could then go and look at what we call, for example, demonstration farm. And then you had people who were field workers who then implement the things you want. But you have seen how it is done.
Yes.
And you can always go back there and learn. And that's why we had even agricultural colleges. There's a place called Ahiti. You know Ahiti? That's what they trained people in. With the time we grew, we had research institutions like ILRI.
Yes.
That fostered this. Okay. We had Kari that fostered this. Again.
Now Kalro.
Yes. What am I saying? There was a plan. And so you found, for instance, there was something we called, let's talk about the hotel in the service industry. Africa Tours and Hotels. It's business, but government owned, funded by the same entity called ICDC. This thing you're hearing called Hako Industries.
Yes.
It was an ICDC product. Okay. Uchumi, it was ICDC. The Kenatco, it was ICDC. The developments were many. Bro, we had streamlined it like this. When you hear people saying that people like Singapore came here to study these things, that's what they were coming to study. They didn't have those things. We did. Those countries took what we were doing to its logical conclusion, and we can see how it has happened, which means the plan we had worked. The proof of that concept was proved by other people on our behalf, and it has worked. Right now, if you look at, say, for instance, Japan, we're talking about forms of government and how they go about the business of, should we say, providing aid and helping development partners.
Right.
Very many countries have been responsible for very many wonderful things we've seen in this country. You hear of Kenyan science. The Swedes built that for us.
Yes.
We didn't build it. KTTC, the Canadians built that for us. Let me tell you, at the time when those things were created, you enter those places and you are out of this country because they built it in the same way they built their own institutions. So they were ahead of their time.
Yes.
Somehow we got stuck with this. Then the Japanese came and built us this, what you know, JKU, Jomo Kenyatta
University of Agriculture and Technology.
Exactly. That's not the only thing they built. I'm simply trying to say, when a country is able to do that for another country, then you realize they've done a lot to move for their own country. It's technological transfers, it is skills transfers, but on a scale that we can approach easily. Now, are we, Kenya, in a position where we can transfer this skill to? Actually, yes, we do.
Yeah.
Neighbors come to Kenya to benchmark.
Okay.
And yet, some of the things that we had gotten right to begin with have lain fallow. We've even forgotten that those things exist. And we keep talking about starting new things when the script has been with us for the longest time.
Yeah.
The things that we needed to do and how to do it, that was long understood. We are now going back to the past or trying to give the impression we're creating something new because we have an entire generation that doesn't know that these things have existed for the longest time.
Okay.
Now, how do you then take what we have and make sure that it provides opportunity? Because when you provide opportunity, you are injecting hope into the system. Because when people have hope, then they can envision a path which, if they follow, their lives can change. But in the absence of that, we're talking about thugs and goons.
Yes.
That will be a growth industry in the absence of that.
Speaking of which, Majoka ametuambia ile ya kule coast ni ile kaya bombo ile.
Yes.
Aya. Bozo Ruko anasema, morning my brothers, Movie NCT, good morning to you too. We need to understand the power vested in the office of the sovereign citizen. The citizen can hire and fire. That's very true.
Hapo ni kweli? Generali amesema?
Ni kweli. Sasa the reason nilikuwa nakuuliza, Hilary Ochenga amesema hawa wa Kisauni wanaitwa wakali kwanza. Unajua how?
Yes, that is what they're called.
Wakali kwanza.
Yes, that's what they're called. You know what these guys do? There used to be these hangers ambayo imetengenezwa na aluminium.
Bado ziko.
They straighten them and they sharpen them. If you know Kisauni, the pathway you walk is narrow. They come towards you, bro, they aim at your lungs. So they pierce. So you are disabled. If someone pierces your lungs, you know you actually can't move, you can't do anything else. Then they rob you.
Do you know if a lung collapses, you can die? Because that is exactly what they do when they puncture it.
Yes, you will die.
And it's a very uncomfortable death.
Oh, it's a very painful, uncomfortable death, yes.
Aye.
They're called wakali kwanza.
Wakali kwanza. Nilikuwa nakuuliza hiyo story ya China kama tunaweza kuwa citizens. I've just checked that there's a pathway to becoming a citizen.
There is a pathway.
But in China, it's a very strict one. And they do not allow dual citizenship. So, for example, you wouldn't be Kenyan Chinese.
Don't worry, they'll get there. Yeah, at least they'll get there.
So you will need to say, mimi kama CT Muga, I am no longer a Kenyan citizen. They take your Kenyan passport, they destroy, then you are given a Chinese citizenship. Then now you become Chinese. Lakini nilikuwa nauliza kwa sababu, you know, like the way in America you will see black policemen, you will see Latino policemen, you will even see Asian policemen. Sijaiona karao mweusi huko China na kuambia hatayu nsusi wake gali kando. That one kidogo itakuwa tricky.
Ndio tumeanza kwenda huko bwana. Give us time, please.
Yeah, it's going to take time, eh?
No, just give us time.
Same with India.
When do you go police? Please understand.
I'm just asking.
I know, and I'm also just saying.
There's a pathway. Once you're a citizen of a country, the opportunities are equal. Even if you have children, the children can become policemen, they can become members of parliament.
But that requires generational growth, development, infusion and so forth.
Yes.
The people who go there mostly wanaenda kusoma.
Ndio.
Na baada ya kusoma, kuna makazi watafanya ambayo inaambatana na masomo yao. So, yes.
Ninangoja kuona wakati moja kama itawezekana black parliamentarians in China, which I don't think it will ever happen.
Why don't we start with the people of their region first? When we talk about China, please understand the vast nature of China.
Yes.
And the communities that form the Chinese government.
Right.
Depending on who they border. Most people don't even know that they are Muslims who are Chinese.
Yes, well, most people, like you've said, yes.
Most people don't even know that they're Chinese whose features are similar to the people they neighbor. It's a vast place. Okay? China is ni kubwa.
There's a time I was watching some documentary on Russia, and they were focusing on the Siberian area. So I saw someone who, in my opinion, if they were to appear to me without saying anything,
unajua ni Chinese.
Exactly. Without introducing themselves, I'll probably expect a name like Lee or Tai Chi or Jet Li or or Bruce Lee, you get, then
or Wang Yu,
yes. or Lee Kwan. Yes. But the moment these people introduce themselves and they have these Romanovs names and they're called Wachowski and then they speak Russian, I was like, hey, that one for me it kidogo ilini push nyuma kidogo, but nikakuja kuelewa, by the way, I probably don't know this earth as I thought I did. And when you look at that area, but those guys are more or less, they're actually more of Asian descent than any other descent.
But they are. They are. You see, the vastness of the regions that we refer to as countries.
Yes.
Some of them are even subcontinents. We unafikiria kama India. Ukiangalia India and you look at the story about the continental drift.
Yes.
Okay? There are parts of India where there are people who are darker than us. And it's India.
Yeah. Those ones I have seen.
Okay? So, again, let me ask you a philosophical question.
Right.
Do you think that this diversity has a purpose?
Yes, I think.
What do you think is the purpose? You see, if you are a person, an individual who subscribes to infinity, meaning you are a person of faith.
Yes.
Because faith is infinite.
Right.
Okay? And you believe that if you seek powers that you don't have, there is a certain process called prayer that you need to engage in, and you'll get those things done.
Yeah.
What do you think diversity does to you as a human being when you interact with people who are very different from you? What does it imbue you with? What does it gift you? Because there's a gift.
Yeah.
One is tolerance, accommodating views that are not similar to yours, understanding the differences and getting to live with them. Okay? The thing that probably introduces it to us in the best way is the institution we refer to as marriage. It immerses you into a world that is really strange and very different. But it also helps shape you in this same process of being accommodating of diversity and differences. Okay? And that's why they say education opens the mind and increases your capacity, because with education you are interacting with all these things without necessarily traveling. So the concept of virtuality exists even before we got the internet and what have you. Just by reading, you are immersed into that culture, the way they think, the way they look at life. You will find commonalities, but you'll also find differences.
And very huge ones.
Yes. And that curiosity is now what leads you to the path of growth, because you're wondering, okay, how does this thing actually function? How does it work? And that is why if I grow up in Nyando, which is where I came from, went to primary school in Nyando, went to secondary school in Nyando, and lo betide, I find that there's a university in the next door. Hakim, my thinking process will be narrowed to death. And it is not that I am a bad person, but it's because of my exposure.
You do not have the exposure, yeah.
Yes, I don't. And that's why it was long understood, even with our education, that you afforded people that diversity so that they can grow in understanding differences. So when I hear somebody taking us back and saying, no, we cannot afford dissidence. No. A difference of opinion isn't dissidence. It requires understanding. What is this person saying? What are they protesting about? What don't they like? It can't be that you are the one who knows everything. No human being does that. See, we began by talking about the US and how they accommodate these things.
Right.
But even with that accommodation, they will know people who are extremists. You know, upon hawa wamevuka mpaka. They know. Exactly, it's known. And that's where the law comes in. The law comes in because it understands that people will not want to live well with others. So they have to be contained. Okay? But if you're talking about growth, it doesn't start with how you dish out money. It starts with how you think. Because it is the change begins from
kwa akili.
That's where the change takes place, and then it manifests. What you're seeing is a manifestation of how people think and what they believe. Look, you know, it is actually alarming.
Yeah.
When you find that we have normalized things which are wrong. Paul, we do not have a problem with corruption in this country. That's why we can't get rid of it. We actually like it. There are levels where it seems to favor us. We embrace it. And even when it causes us harm, we complain because we are not participating in the process. We don't say so. But that is a contradiction of the faith that we have embraced. The majority of us. Whether it's the Islamic faith or the Christian faith, the two faiths I understand better. Hinduism I don't really understand fully.
Don't worry, we shall get someone to explain it to us.
Yes, but it's because there is a moral quotient within the faiths about wrong and right that we know. So the contradiction comes in because we know we are doing wrong, but we know we shouldn't, because we subscribe to a faith that tells you clearly this is wrong. So that contradiction is what manifests. Someone preaches water and drinks wine. And we see the commonality of it. There's more drinking wine than drinking water. But they preach water. Now, once we've normalized that, then the wrong and the right become murky. You're not sure where the wrong begins and where the right begins and where it ends. Because they seem to be one and the same.
Our liking for, like you said, the fact that we like corruption and the fact that we hate it when it is not favoring us is where we need perhaps to investigate our own selves, so that now when we need to make a stand, we understand the reason as to why we are making it. Lakini sasa shida ni moja city, tumezoea hiyo kitu sana.
Tunaipenda, wacha kuzoea, tunaipenda.
Tumezoea kupigia ma-uncle zetu na ma-auntie zetu na ma-cousins zetu na ma-brothers zetu watu organize kakazi mahali. Na wakimaliza kutuorganize tunawa appreciate na kakitu. Ama pia wao wanasema tafuta kakitu ndio nikupatie ama niweze kukupatia kazi. And we do not see a problem with that.
You know, Paul, there's something called social capital. It is as real and it's real, but it's even more powerful than the financial capital that we speak of. When we understood the role of community, you took pride in being able to assist your kith and kin. It's something, because you were judged as somebody who is a worthy member of society. Okay? The commercial element that has come in of late, it is new, but it is extremely corrosive. Because merit is what is sacrificed at that altar. Merit then doesn't matter. You may qualify, but even having qualified, you still have to pay. So the commercial element, it doesn't water that that particular moral clause. No, it actually paints it dark, because it then becomes the norm. So nobody believes you actually got a job because you qualified. That's so will get nani? And when someone does something for you, they will feel, okay, so sinikupatia kitu, say no. We look at what we've lost. So help doesn't just come as help. Help comes as a business transaction. I helped you, now you owe me. But you see, within the concept of social capital, the debt is not something that you enumerate in shillings and cents. No, it is an understanding that you in turn at a point in time will be able to carry the favor. I'm going to give you an example of something that happened to me recently. I decided to go and sort out matters of NSSF, because then I heard the savings have increased, what has changed.
Right.
So I spoke to somebody who knows people who are in the labor movement, friend of ours, and he introduced me to somebody who works in NSSF and is somebody who is a high-ranking official.
Right.
You know, to my surprise, this thing of talking to people, as we were talking, that fellow and I grew up, well, I was much, much older than him.
Yes.
But we lived in the same estate in Mombasa.
Okay.
Because his father worked with my father. So as we were talking, we're now reminiscing.
Mukakumbukana.
We reminisce. He told me I was a very small child. Yes, he was much younger than I. He even called his sister
on the phone.
Yeah, the sister remembered me very well. He said, yeah, that people, yeah. So, now you see, if our parents were not the sort of people who understood community and got along with each other,
right,
that welcome, and we chatted for close to 2 hours.
Right.
We were catching up. So everything that I wanted done, it is his job to do it for me.
Right.
But it was given another twist. This is somebody with whom I share a background. I had never met him before.
No, kasaidika.
Osana. I got to be informed about so many things that I didn't even know about. See? Now, why am I giving this example? This happened recently. I'm saying that is something we should not lose. Because the joy I had in talking to this fellow and in reminiscing about the people we remember together.
Yeah.
That man transported me to my youth.
Yes.
He was transported to his youth. Okay? The things we lose are things which are difficult to regain.
Yeah.
And so we must guard them jealously. And these are the things that make us African community. The Western concept where the self is key, and then nuclear family second, then the rest of you sasa mtajipanga. Okay? It's something we've adopted, and my friend, is to our detriment.
You know, you've said that NSSF story, and then I was taken back to a time. I think it was in 2011 thereabouts. I was working on a prank show, and I was driving my boss's car in town. So nika double park because I was waiting for the camera crew.
It was part of the prank.
No, it wasn't. I was waiting for the camera crew to bring the equipment. So I double parked somewhere, but I was on driving. I was in the driver's seat na nimetulia. Kidogo Council of Nairobi akakuja. Came with their breakdown. You know, they don't talk to you. They should just come, grab the key first of all from the ignition,
which is illegal.
Yeah. Then they reverse their thing.
The towing truck.
Now they started towing. So the one in charge was a lady. So I asked her, Madam, what's the problem? She's like, oh, nikinunafanya nikawambia ndio. I am actually waiting for the camera crew to bring the equipment That's why I'm in the car. So that in case any of these other drivers want to move,
I can move.
I just move for them.
Yes.
But the camera, how could that? Which camera? I explained to her. She was like, "Apana, nyinyi kwanza ndio mna breaking sheria journalist nini?" I was like, "Hey, okay. Madam. I'm really sorry. I didn't know." Kidogo, another one who was in one of the vehicle alighted, and then she came and she asked me, "What's your name?" And I told her my name is Paul Mugalambuvi. She's like, "Are you the son of so and so?" I was like, "Yes." "Your mother was my landlady." I was like, "Oh, okay." Akaniambia, na zile siku nyingi sana sikuanga na rent, she used to let me go. She used to give me that allowance, and I would even pay sometimes 3 months later. I was like, okay, I didn't know. And then she told her boss, kamambia huyu tuachane na yeye, I will vouch for him. And she told me, lakini usidouble park tena. And I left. That thing that you were talking about,
social capital.
Exactly.
Yes.
Hiyo kitu inasaidianga.
Bro, that thing moves mountains.
Inasaidianga sana.
And you know what you build on? Politeness, courtesy, how you talk to people. When you're in a position of authority, how you manage people. Let me tell you, there are things I cannot forget. There's a story I like telling of a time when I used to bank with, it was called Barclays Bank. No, I didn't bank with them, but there was a check. You could cash third-party checks in those days. The queues, there were no ATMs. The queues, bank, on we used to call it Malindi Road, which was later called Moiro. When line imepangika ndani ya bank ikatoka nje. I walked in on such a day. When I was just looking and saying, am I really going to get this check cash
today?
Then somebody tells me, unaitwa pale kwa counter. And the counter, it's a young lady whom I had taught at a school called Star of the Sea. Says, mwalimu, kuna shida gani? Kambia, kuna check, mkuja kukash. Kuna ID? Niko na ID, hebu nipe. Ndio. Watu wakaanza kugramble, hapana bwana, huyu.
Unakata laini
nini bwana, wewe tumekaa hapa sana. She actually walked out.
Yes.
And said, I'm sorry, wewe kwa mwalimu wangu. Na kama si mtu kama huyu, hii kazi ingekuwa sifanyi. Mwalimu. Sawa, si ungesema bwana. Kama mwalimu ni sawa bwana. I was still going to sit over there in that corner. You can drink some tea if you want. And I went and sat in that corner.
Right.
The money was brought to me. I did not queue. Now, there are things that you do and you may not even understand the significance of them at the time you're doing them. It is later on. And the real benefit and the real social capital is in your younger siblings or children.
Yeah.
When somebody asks a question, you ask, might you be the son of so-and-so? Said, yes. Who did this and this? Said, come on, if you but sasa. Shida ilikuwa nini? Wait, ato send them by the way.
Let me sort you out.
Please, allow me to sort you out. Then they'll come and tell you a story. That in my life I've seen over on very, very many occasions. Some because of the things my father or my mother did, some because of the things I did in time.
Yeah.
So I understand. Now, this is what makes us different. It's human. Some people prefer to move away from it.
Yes.
But it's how societies thrive, and it's how we look after each other's interests.
Right.
Meaning, I'm in a position of authority, but I can help you.
True.
And it is not that I am seeking to have you pay me. No, I am helping you. Believe me, the balance sheet on that assistance is bigger than any amount of money you're going to give.
True story. Mweni says, good morning City and Movie. Well, good morning to you too. Pahalwan amesema City is right. Social capital is priceless. Shared history is priceless. How about when you find fellow alumni somewhere? You may have been at some institution decades apart, but
mkikutana inakuwa mzuri
na wangu fara, lakini kuna wengine mnakutananga inakuwa
na kuna watu unamwona unavuka barabara. And the reason is you remember the last thing you remember of that person was not pleasant.
Yes.
So even if they've changed, you don't know.
There's the time one of my teachers actually came to a TV show I was hosting, but I was not the one hosting him. He was being hosted by my colleague. So nimekaa hivi naangalia mtu, I'm like, see, so ni mwalimu. He went and he was like, "Enye nilijua this is where you're gonna end up. The way you were behaving in high school, this is this is where you were headed." Yeah, so social capital kitu muhimu sana. Tunachukua muda mfupi wa mapumziko. Then when we come back after the news with Winnie Maganga, we shall be hosting Honorable Raphael Tuju, former CS, also a former MP and also former media personality. So don't go too far. We'll be right back.
It's 8 o'clock.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Law enforcement officers in Trans Nzoia County have arrested 2 suspects in connection with organized crime, recovering weapons and other items, acting on intelligence police from Kitale Station, together with a team from DCI headquarters, conducted raids in Cheparus and Kibomet areas of Trans Nzoia West Sub-County. The operation led to the arrest of Dixon Wamocho and Frank Kuyala, who are being held pending arraignment. The Senate has resolved to hold its plenary and committee sittings in Kilifi County from September 21st to 25th, 2026 in a move aimed at strengthening public engagement and deepening devolution at the grassroots. The motion, moved by Senator David Wakoli, received unanimous support from senators during a sitting chaired by Speaker Amason Kingi.
Further, acknowledging the successes made during the previous sittings of the Senate outside Nairobi, held in Uasin Gishu, Kitui, Turkana, and Busia counties in 2018, 2019, 2023, and 2025, respectively. Now, therefore, pursuant to Article 126(1) of the Constitution, the Senate resolved to hold its plenary and committee sittings in Kilifi County from 21st to the 25th of September 2026. Before I pose the question, just allow me to consult the clerk on a procedural issue.
McDonald's, Mariga, and 8 other Football Kenya Federation officials have revealed a 43 million Kenya shillings insurance scandal. They claim money meant to insure players during the African Nations Championship was paid to unlicensed company Riskwell Insurance, which is not registered with the Insurance Regulatory Authority. The company was reportedly formed just 4 days before the tournament, raising concerns that players may have been left without proper insurance cover.
The nominated NEC member, Abdallah Yusuf, was accompanied by an individual unknown to the Federation. The nominated NEC member proposed an insurance brokerage company, Riskwell Insurance Brokers Limited.
It's unfortunate that as a federation, we gave CAF a fake certificate of insurance. They took from TACFUL.
I don't know about this company. I don't know about its registration. I don't know who the owners are.
The United States has announced a temporary pause in its operation to guide stranded vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. Speaking on Tuesday evening, President Donald Trump said Project Freedom, launched just days ago, will be halted for a short period of mutual agreement. He cited that what he described as great progress toward a deal with Iran. However, Iran state media has framed the development as a victory, claiming the move shows Washington as retreated. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Arsenal has reached the Champions League final for the first time in 20 years as Bukayo Saka sealed a 1-0 win against Atletico Madrid. Mikel Arteta's side settled the semi-final second leg with Saka's strike late in the first half at the Emirates Stadium on Tuesday. The Gunners, who drew 1-1 in the first leg in Madrid last week, held firm after Saka's goal to go through 2-1 on aggregate. Arsenal will now face Paris Saint-Germain or Bayern Munich in the final in Budapest on May 30th. Merseyside police have arrested an Everton fan during his side's match against Manchester City for alleged racist abuse towards Antoine Semenyo. The supporter was apprehended at the Premier League fixture between the sides at the Hill Dickinson Stadium on Monday, which finished 3-3. Police said a 71-year-old man from Nottinghamshire was arrested on suspicion of a racially aggravated public order offence. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 6 minutes past 8 o'clock. My name is Mongala Mbuvi and I'm with Siti Muga in the studio. We also do have our guest in studio. He's just arrived. We're going to be engaging him shortly, but as we do that, wacha nisalimie Danson Kenya amesema good morning team RG, awesome engagement. Mbuvi and City, my clarion call is always treat everyone with dignity, and I definitely agree. Everyone deserves to be treated with dignity irregardless, like our former president would say. Right now though, like I said, in this hour and the next, we want to talk about democracy and political tolerance in Kenya. With us is former cabinet secretary and former secretary general of the Jubilee Party, Honorable Raphael Tuju. Mheshimiwa, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Morning, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to Kenyans this morning.
Before we get into the conversation that we invited you for, City will share with you our proverb for today. It's from the country of Gabon, and you probably tell us what you think of that particular proverb. So City, over to you.
Yes, an interesting country, this Gabon, ruled for 56 years by one family, a gentleman called Omar Bongo. Then I think they were running a family relay. Then he left it to his son, Ali Bongo.
Most African countries do this.
Yes, but in 2023, the fellow countrymen felt that this particular relay they were not involved in.
All right.
So they told Ali Bongo.
Right. Kanyaga kubwa kubwa.
Kakando. And yes. But this is a country that is rich in minerals, rich in oil. It's the bane of our existence. Every time you hear of a country on this continent with problems, please just go to the question of what mineral resources do they have?
Then we'll get to understand.
You will actually get to understand where the problems are coming from.
All right.
So, a loose tooth will not rest unless it is pulled out.
You're making me have to think very early in the morning.
There's no better time to think than early in the morning,
which is a good thing.
I think it simply means that we can be very superficial in trying to solve our problems, and it will not cure until you go to the root of the problem.
Very well put.
There you have it. Very well put indeed. How is your health, Mheshimiwa? Because the last time we saw you, apart from the few times we've seen you appear in public, you were in hospital. How are you now?
Certainly better. I thank God. My main problem, of course, is that I've got about 7 screws on my back after the road accident. 7.
7?
Yes.
But you walked in just fine.
No problem.
Yeah.
I mean,
the schools make it possible for him to walk away.
Yes,
Walking, yes.
okay.
Yeah.
When I had the very bad accident, I mean, I had 18 fractures in that accident to, in Kijabe. And
Right.
Unfortunately, 3 of the fractures were on my backbone. And one backbone was split several times. Of course, I went through a 9-hour operation and they were able to stitch together the broken bones. And of course, your bone fuses around it after some time. But it is a metal. There are metals on your back.
Yeah.
I'm always reminded of that on a cold day because the metal cools down quicker than the bone.
Yeah.
So I have to, people always find it funny because when I go to warm myself on a cold day, I turn my back. I don't. You don't
warm the front.
I don't warm the front. I warm
the back.
So of course, there's a very precarious position in which you find yourself. And if somebody throws you down like a sack of potatoes, then definitely something can go wrong.
Yeah. Hey, pole sana.
So I had a lot of stiffness. I would have had to be taken back to the UK because I didn't want anybody to. The doctor didn't want anybody to touch my back here because that's where I was operated. But it's getting better.
Yeah.
I feel the stiffness, but the last MRI shows that the bones are likely to fuse together. So I just can't do what I've been doing a lot, which is a lot of walking. I mean, I walk quite a bit. I mean, I walked 50 kilometers, so 57 kilometers to Kijabe.
Yeah.
Kisumu, I did 50 kilometers the other day.
Okay.
But I'm on the mend, and I thank God, and I'm going to be fine.
All right.
Yes.
Good to hear. I didn't know about the 7 screws you said.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. I've always wanted to ask you, it's something I've been curious to find out. The last time I saw you, the last time you were an MP for Arieda, then after that, I kind of felt like you stepped away from politics. You probably just focused on party politics. Did you really step away from politics? Because even right now you are not the SG of Jubilee. Kuna wakati ulikuanga SG. What's the plan? Are you stepping away from politics completely and look at other things, or there's a plan for a comeback of sorts?
Well, I'd completely stepped out of politics at one time. I went back to my factory settings, that is business, and of course media. I was doing a lot of media consultancy, not only in Kenya, but for some of the neighboring countries, actually. Then come 2016, President Uhuru Kenyatta did ask me if I could join his government, actually to join, to help in preparing the party for the 2017 elections. It was essentially because between himself and Ruto, they could not agree on who. I mean, it was between Chirchir and somebody else from Mount Kenya. So I was kind of a neutral person to be brought into the party, and he called me at almost midnight, and my spouse was wondering, who is this calling Raphael close to midnight?
Right.
And what happened is that he asked me if I could do this for him and current President Ruto. And when the president calls you in the middle of the night and asks you to do something, if you tell him no, it's a very risky thing. You could just get KRA checking out why you don't want to get a job, So I said yes. The rest is history.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow. So are you planning to get back to politics? That part you haven't answered.
If you meet a politician, and actually this I was told by Kwai, because he was a very good, a friend of mine called Kwai. He was a very good friend of just a former prime minister of Japan, Abe. And he told me, if you meet any politician who tells you they have quit politics, they are lying to you.
So that is the answer. So you are planning to get back. So
not really.
You are back.
No, not really. Because the thing is circumstances. I mean, like in the case of Abe, I mean, all of a sudden, the favorable winds were behind his sail, and he found himself in that position that he ended up becoming prime minister again. But he had completely quit politics and he was back in his private life. If you told Edwin Sifuna about 6 months ago that he'll be the political sensation of the moment, he would have asked you how. So such is life.
Yeah. And here we are right now.
Yes.
And it's a good thing. I mean, looking at you, listening to some of the things that you've said, watching you commune with like-minded individuals, I can say that perhaps we shall be seeing something as far as 2027 is concerned. And you'll let us know when that time comes, when you're ready to do it. When you look at the political landscape right now, things are a bit different from how things were being done during the President Uhuru era, for example. I could be wrong on this, but I saw a lot of political tolerance at the time. Right now, though, I wouldn't say the same. Citizens, politicians, businessmen are perhaps complaining about some of the things that are happening to them. What would you say is the reason for that? And I'm talking about political intolerance here. What could be the issue that we are facing more of this day in, day out? Because you've also found yourself in a similar situation. Is it because we have people in positions of power that are different in terms of their morals as opposed to the previous time? Or are we just seeing more of this because someone is sleeping on their job?
I like the saying we started with, if you don't deal with the root of the problem, then you're just being superficial about it. And I think just before we started this interview, I did allude to the fact that way back in 1986, I was a very young journalist, and I had the privilege of interviewing the late Minister Robert Ouko. At that time, he wasn't Minister for Foreign Affairs. Actually, he was actually the Minister for Planning and National Development. And he told me something then which was very prophetic. He said that it was just a matter of time when we were going to be in very hot soup. I hear Kenyans all the time now, we're talking about goons, for example.
Yeah.
And I don't know any young person who has got a job, has got shelter, is planning to probably start a family, who's a goon. A goon are just our children who don't have opportunity and who don't have jobs and who are essentially disenfranchised and hopeless. Those are the ones who become goons. Those are the ones who you can buy to become crowds and so forth. Back then, Kenya had the highest rate of population increase in the whole world, 4.2% for average for the country. But the areas of the country which were where there's food, like say for example Kisii, Kiambu and Vihiga, Kakamega at that time, was having a rate of population increase of 6%. And that's the highest in the whole world. In fact, 6% is unprecedented rate of population increase unless there's major migration after war, for example. So certain factors influenced this very high rate of population increase, and unfortunately we did not have the right policies in place and the right leadership in place to ensure that we deal with this problem. Other countries, some countries succeeded. For example, South Korea, they went for industrialization. China was a little bit more dramatic about it, one-child policy to deal with the problem of population explosion, so to speak. There are countries which succeeded in ensuring that they had very good health programs, which means that more children survived, like in the case of Iran. But they were not able to deal with the youth population bulge. Their youth population bulge exploded in 1978-79, and they had a revolution that time, and they have never recovered until today. In more recent times, we can talk about, say, for example, the youth population bulge in Egypt, in Tunisia, in Libya, and well, Libya is a little bit more complicated, but the youth population bulge, certainly, if a country does not deal with that, then they have radicalization. And that's what we are facing in the country right now.
Okay.
So that is our problem. So unless we address the economic issues that face us, unless we address problems like endemic corruption. And endemic corruption also, coupled with a little bit of foolishness, this very what do you call it, opulence. People can deal with corruption, but if it is subterranean, but they are corrupt, and then they're showing us their choppers. And with all due respect, somebody saying that no, you are useless because you don't have choppers, you cannot you cannot win.
It's ridiculous.
That kind of opulence, make people very, very angry. And that kind of anger has been seen in South Africa, for example, where black people would attack a white person, rob them in their house, and then when the person is shouting, they cut their tongue. That is beyond that's not just a robber. That's a person who is a robber but also very angry. You compare that with Mali, for example. It's a very poor country, but has got one of the lowest levels of crime in the whole world, because you don't have this very
the disparity.
Yes. is not so bad. So we have to be careful as a country what we're doing to ourselves and what we're doing to our youth, and how we are showing off our wealth. Is nonsense. It's madness. It's crazy. It's as if people are out of their minds.
People, when you spoke about radicalization, it took me to that place whereby we see that sometimes even citizens are intolerant with each other. You go against your neighbor because of their political choice or the choices they've made politically. And yet this person is doing what they think is right. Is that what you're talking about?
Poor people can be very desperate. Let me tell you, in this studio, if somebody brings us one bottle of water, just one bottle, and he tells us that we'll be staying here for the next 2 days or 3 days, and that's the only bottle of water that we'll share, let me tell you,
the fight in this studio.
The fight in this studio, you'll be amazed at the kind of challenges that we'll have. I'll tell you, me, I have high blood pressure. I'm supposed to drink water every 10 minutes or whatever. People will be very creative because it's a desperate situation, and everybody knows, even in our, semi-arid and arid areas, people kill each other for water, for the animals. So what I'm seeing, all this anger, is because of desperation.
Recently, there was an economic survey that was released last week, it was actually, and one of the things that came up is some of the things that you've just spoken to here, the levels of poverty, the levels of unemployment, and so on and so forth. But this is not the first time we're getting information on our levels of unemployment. They've been we've been in this situation since the 70s, and here we are. The population, like you've said, has increased, and now we have a youth bulge, and so on and so forth. Do you think that perhaps there's a time, depending on, of course, how governance is done, that we might have the same population, similar issues, but we deal with them better? Because from where I sit, I feel like every government, since the time of President Moi, is getting us to a worse situation than we were in before.
Well, there's always a tipping point. Even if you just have a drop of water, and there's a very big, say for example, container, it will be just a drop of water. But a time comes when there's just that one last drop which makes the thing boil over or the water to go out. So my worry at the moment is that we are getting closer and closer to that tipping point. And we were very close to it during the Gen Z riots when Parliament was breached. And I think as a country we have to be very, very careful about this. Right now people are talking about one term. One term or two term is an improvement over what we had when Parliament was breached. Because after Parliament was breached, the next thing which was going to be breached was State House, and the country was going to get into chaos. And chaos is not too far from us. Out of the 12 failed states in the world, 5 are in our region. Some are members of the East African community. We're talking about DRC Congo, we're talking about Somalia, we're talking about South Sudan, we're talking about Sudan itself. Burundi is marginal. And we are not immune to a failed status, a failed state status. When I'm coming to your studio here in Kilimani, I feel fairly safe. But if your studio was in there are certain parts of this town that if your studio was there, I would want to think twice before I come there.
Okay.
We have parts of this country. I mean, you can't just decide now that you're going to drive to Wajir, or you're going to drive to, past Lamu or Garissa and so forth, which means that the geographical area of this country, which is viable, is becoming smaller and smaller. The boxes have been ticked in terms of what can constitute a failed state. And a failed state normally is when there's a failing
economy.
Democracy. It's a little bit more complicated than that. When a government cannot ensure education, there's a beginning of failure. I mean, I was talking with a former minister of education of South Sudan.
Yeah.
The kids who did exams 5 years ago, they have not received their results. Okay?
5 years ago.
Yes. All right?
5 years ago we had COVID.
Yes, but the fact that you go, there's even no setup of an examination proper. Okay? Then you have situations where health, there's no such thing as a public health sector as such. Then security. And security I've just explained. I mean, West Pokot, Turkana, and the rest of it. Various spots of the country have started to fail.
Yes.
Or have failed. Various spots of the city have started to fail or are, no-go zones, so to speak. So that is 3 aspects, which is security. Then you have a very corrupt and dysfunctional executive, where jobs are not on a meritocracy, is either tribe or who blah blah. Cronyism. Then you have a corrupt parliament, and the president himself alluded to a corrupt parliament, so I'm not saying something which is new. And then you have a corrupt judiciary. So that is already 6. You add on to that a problem of a youth population bulge, accompanied with the youth unemployment, then abject poverty. I mean, as we sit here today, there are people who don't have enough to eat or starving in parts of this country. You see them and it is terrible. The children are starving, are dying. You have very few boxes left to tick. In fact, the only thing which keeps this country as a country is a common currency which is still viable. At least 1,000 shillings means 1,000 shillings in this country today. But that is also because of external factors. Inflow of money from the diaspora, a strong presence of the international community, including the UN in Kenya, which stabilizes our currency. But if we have, say, chaos for 2 weeks in this country, and these international institutions begin to take the next flight available, you have no country left.
Then now will become a proper failed state.
Yes.
Actually, it's important to focus on what the things we see can lead to. We haven't gotten there yet, but we keep talking about the CBE as though it is a small problem. It isn't. It's a big problem.
Our education?
Yes, it's a big problem. It is a very, very big problem. If you start talking about the government's ability to convince the citizenry that their security is assured here, okay?
Yeah.
If you talk about what you call normal goods and services, the provision of it, this issue that we keep talking about, the Strait of Hormuz, the moment you have what people now refer to as a fuel crisis, that leads to insecurity, not security. We haven't gotten to the point where we are a failed state. But no failed state starts as a failed state. They don't. they grow towards that
it's
direction.
a progression.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a progression. It's not an incident. It is a process.
Now you see, one of the things also that one looks at, if you are determining whether it is that we are heading in the right direction, it is whether the government as it's currently constituted and the three pillars are as independent as they should be. When they seem to merge and move towards as though it is one, and that they fall under the executive, you have a genuine problem, because the checks and balances that is supposed to be created by that formation has now been breached. So if the executive exceeds the boundaries of the authority, you go to court. It's supposed to provide a check and balance. If the authority exceeds its boundaries, Parliament is supposed to rein them in and say, excuse me, we'll impeach you. Okay? Now, that is why we have a constitution, that is why we have the rule of law, and that's why we have an understanding that these things are set in place so that the citizenry can understand that their well-being is taken care of. That's why these things exist.
Yes.
Our constitution took it further and introduced many independent institutions just to buttress what it is that already exists, so that you can be sure. Kenya National Human Rights Commission, things of that nature. All these independent commissions, that's what they're supposed to do. Now, they may seem like an overkill, and you may think that all that happens is that the executive will try to take control of it. Yes, executives around the world always try to have as much influence as they possibly can. It's the understanding of human nature and how it is that it relates to power that creates these particular institutions. It's why a constitution is created. Now, if you look at our electoral process, let's take our electoral process, because it is part of what brings us to where we are. We have accepted that we must bribe in an electoral process. We have accepted.
Okay.
And it is spoken of, not thought of, that if you don't have the capacity to bribe adequately, the likelihood of being elected is very close to zero. Okay? Now, that thinking has severe consequences. Where does a citizen who wishes to vie get money so that they can spend in bribing people to vie? Where do they get the money? Are they businessmen? And if they are, what sort of business do they do? The entity that seems to have an almost inexhaustible supply of money is the government. Whether it is the county governments or the national government.
Yeah.
So when people vie and seek positions in government, this is a question that a friend of mine raised to me. He said, can we really say that these people want to serve the citizens of the country? And I told him the answer to that, I think, is fairly straightforward. But the other question he didn't ask, and which I ask, is, and I'm asking it now, so why then do people really want to go into politics?
Well, I think for me is very much related to my background. I'm very proud of some of the things that I achieved when I was a member of parliament. I had mobile hospitals, which made a difference in the villages. I took...
Actually, would you allow me to say, made huge differences.
Yes.
It was at a time when the existing health structure in the region of Luo Nyanza did not have the capacity to meet the needs. So a mobile unit did something that a static health facility could not do.
Precisely.
It took the services to the people as opposed to waiting for the people to come to where the services are. Yes.
It was a mobile clinic which had a dental unit. It had a laboratory. It had an eye specialist who was able to do operations of cataracts and these kind of things. So it made a lot of difference. I did, as I'm talking to you now, recently I was in the UK, and one of the kids who I took through high school, and I got him a scholarship, and he now operates a cybersecurity company out of London. He's got an office here in Nairobi, he's got an office in Botswana, in Kigali, and in Malawi. They're working for cybersecurity for central banks, apart from Kenya, because he's Kenyan, it's a little bit more complicated. So actually, he did offer, when I was there, can I pay for your hotel bills. And I told him, no, just pay school fees for other kids in the village. So definitely the impact that I think I had as a member of parliament, I took 250 kids through high school. Some of them, I got them overseas scholarships because I was a minister for foreign affairs. So everywhere I went, I would talk to vice chancellors and chancellors to give me scholarships. So I took tens of them. Definitely more than 40.
Right.
The other day when in 2020 when I had a very bad accident, one of them is a civil engineer working out of Australia, and he contacted me to find out if he could contribute towards my health bill, and I told him, thank God I had some insurance, so I didn't need any money from him. So there's the things which really make me happy that I had an opportunity to serve in the public sector. It's not the big car or a big security or big residence and so forth. No, it is the way I was able to impact on the lives of so many young people. And every time I meet them, I'm a very proud father.
Right.
In fact, there's one of them who always, Father's Day, he's always the first to bring me a Father's Day gift. Not even my biological children do that. So this is really what you feel is your call. And I think it stems from my Storahe background. The year when the season when I was a member of parliament for Ariada, I think the best performing members of parliament was myself and Peter Kenneth. So that's something that we share from our heritage.
Right. Well, would you say that your success was where any problem that can be referred to as political problems began? And let me ring fence my question.
Yes.
There is a road that passes through your constituency up to Luanda Kotieno. That road was like one big farm when it rained. I know because I worked in the region.
So matope.
Bro, ilikuwa shida bwana. Even getting the ferry was a problem. That road got tarmacked. And Mheshimiwa's name was always mentioned. Said, if it wasn't for this guy, this road. He didn't build the road, but he influenced the building of it. And because that road, they had not had tarmac. Now, tarmac roads were few and far between in that region.
And rural electrification.
Yes.
Which I must say, I owe it to a lot of goodwill from the donor community as well, because it was funded by the French government.
Yes. You see, why I mention it, sometimes your problems don't begin with you doing wrong. It begins with doing the right thing and doing something that other people are not doing. So, I've asked my question. Could you trace some of your problems to some of these successes?
Well, that's true. It's human. It's nothing very strange. Those are the, when you buy a car, there are those who will be happy that you got a car, but there are those who would be very angry that why do you have a car and they don't have one. It's human nature.
Ndio maana watu wanarogana.
Yes.
In a previous hour we were talking about sinukweli.
I'm laughing because ni kweli bwana, unashtuka bwana, kuna mtu ameenda mahali kutembelea maslahi yako lakini sio kwa mazuri. Yes.
You see someone with a beautiful wife and you want that wife. So, yes. It is what it is. In a previous hour we were talking about accountability, holding leaders to account, and I don't know how you and your constituents interacted, and of course we want you to tell us. Did you have instances where you went and sat with your folks and they told you their issues, you told them what you can do for them and what you can't, like having an honest conversation with your constituents? How did that happen?
Well, I used to have a clinic every 2 weeks.
Okay.
Minimum. There are certain times when I would have a clinic once, every week, depending on how busy I was. So it was not easy that time because cabinet secretaries or cabinet ministers used to have a constituency as well. So I would be out of the country and I would have a change of clothes, my change of clothes brought to the airport. So arrive in Jomo Kenyatta Airport and take the next flight to Kisumu. It was a lot of responsibility. I didn't, and the needs were a lot then as it is now. I mean, but I had clinics, and it was sometimes seeing, 30, 50 people in a day, and they knew they would come to. That time we didn't have CDF offices. That came later, but I would just be at my home, and I would see anybody who comes, and you'd be amazed the kind of solutions that you'd be able to give to people. Sometimes you just needed a letter to a headmaster, and tell the headmaster, please don't send this child away. I'll look for money for them. And we developed this say a rapport with the headmasters. I mean, the other day, Oluga, the PS health now, he was a total orphan. He had lost his parents, and I sponsored him through high school at Miranda without him ever knowing me, but I knew his situation. It's only him who came recently and told me, no, look, you sponsored me through high school.
And now he's a medic.
And now he's a permanent secretary.
And a PS,
he's a PS.
Yes, medic.
Yes.
I mean, it started from there.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I look at people like those, and I'm really grateful that I had this opportunity to serve. I had a Catholic priest, unfortunately passed on, and he's the one who used to process the cases based on merit. I had I'm Anglican, but I had a Catholic priest because the Catholic priests did not have children of their own. Okay. So they'd be more objective with not putting.
They wouldn't have the bias that somebody who has children
have, because so that helped me, and I looked at all situations on their merit. I built many houses for widows. I would have the community do the balloting as to who is the most needy, that we say, okay, I'm just going to build one house for the most needy person in this village. Can the village meet and agree on who?
Okay.
And invariably, they would make very good decisions.
So you had understood the concept of public participation long before it became part and parcel.
I mean, there are certain things I'm happy about. I mean, for example, even when I was minister, I brought in the concept of appointment of heads of parastatals through an interview process, and the Comptroller of State House one time told me, why do you want to do an interview? You should just appoint. I said, no, I need to spread the net wide and let people apply. Then out of the list,
we get the best.
They can get the best. But those days, it was, as long as you're a minister, you simply appointed the heads of the parastatals which fell under your ministry. Yes, and I changed that, and it later became government policy. Yes, I was the first to do it. In fact, specifically, Waruru, coach at KBC. Yes, and what do you call him? His name, this guy, the one who was at KCC, Nani Kisia. Yeah, Philip. He went through an interview. I advertised. And he went through an interview, and he was the best amongst the lot. There were all kinds of people who are politically correct, and there was a lot of pressure on me just to appoint them. And I said, no. I mean, this is not the right way to do things. So I brought that into government, culture, and it later became policy.
How do you deal with that, what you just said? How do you say no? You're in government. You have all these pressures from above or from below, from sideways. Your colleagues are telling you, look, this is how things need to be done. And the reason I'm asking this is because we've had over and over, time and time, members of parliament saying that it's difficult to make decisions in parliament because your colleagues already have a predetermined way of doing things and they will do it either way. So your efforts are useless. How did you deal with saying no when no was a no and yes was yes?
It's not easy. You need a lot of God's grace and strength of character. I remember, for example, when we just took over SNAC, it was fashionable to persecute anybody who had something to do with the former President Moi.
Yeah.
So in my parastatals, which were in my ministry, one of the appointments I made was Dr. Julius Kipngetich. And I remember members of the cabinet telling me, si tunatoa watu wa Moi, wewe unawaleta. And I told him, no, this is Dr. Julius Kipngetich. He's an intellectual. He's all right. He's
qualified.
He's qualified.
Yeah.
And, and that's it. I talked with the president, and the president told me, yes, go ahead and appoint him. That's President Kibaki. Go ahead and appoint him, because I had a list of those who we had shortlisted.
Yeah.
And since it was an appointment which he had to make, I told him, Excellency, I'll have to draft the letter, then you do the appointment yourself. And, everybody was in a shock. Including the late Charles Njonjo. He had his candidate, some Mzungu. And, it was unbelievable. And so you have to be really strong in terms of your capacity to make the decisions and stick to it. You need to have a spine.
But when I asked about the problems,
yes,
you see, when you're in a position such as the one that Mheshimiwa was in, it is expected that you appoint your people.
So shida zake zilianza kitambo.
Bro, zilianza kitambo sana.
Yes.
Kwa sababu
we actually tracing his problems where they came from.
Yes, because you are a minister, bwana. And there are very many people come from the community who you could appoint. You'll be asked, kwani huko na fulani.
Yeah. I haven't had siblings. I haven't had siblings who are qualified.
Yes, and then you ask them, bwana. It was an interview process.
Yes.
And I was not even in the interview process myself. This is what happened. So this is the list that has brought me. What do you do? Apana! Now you see, you're swimming against the tide. It creates immense problems.
And you swam against a very strong tide. Yeah?
Yes, but I'm vindicated.
Yeah.
I am vindicated.
Are there times
actually where Julius Kipngetich is concerned, Dr. Julius Kipngetich,
yes,
he was more than vindicated, because the person who preceded him was Richard Leakey.
Yeah.
Okay? An excellent fundraiser. But if you're talking about a man who understood systems and how it is, you should have structures. Apana. Bro. It was as ad hoc as it could come. In fact, the whole function of that wildlife department that we had, it had to do with allegiance to the person, not to the system. Julius Kipngetich, if you follow what Kenya Wildlife Services became when he took
he changed it.
It changed it completely.
Yes.
It's not spoken of. Typical of government, they don't speak about the good things that are done. But Dr. Julius Kipngetich performed wonders when he took over.
Yeah. And he stamped out corruption.
Yes. He set a completely different path altogether.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Let me read some comments here. Eunice Kyoko says, no, let me start with Danson. Danson says, wishing you all the best, Raphael. And then Eunice Kyoko says, Tuju making lots of sense. Also growing up, I watched him read news, and at some point I thought I could give it a try. LOL. Give him the news to read today. She goes on to say, Tuju needs to get back into politics because he has a sober mind. Nuru says, Tuju did a lot for Arieda, but power as it does later made him proud and arrogant. Hope he gets another opportunity to make amends. Do you feel like at one point when you were in office, whether MP, minister, that there's some things you could have probably done differently?
Well, of course, I'm human, so I made some mistakes, and I'll continue to make mistakes. I mean, if you don't make mistakes, then you're not human.
Yeah.
But there are certain things which, people would consider me to be arrogant, and I'm not surprised where that comes from. For example, when I took over KICC,
yeah,
that was a major incident. KICC had been taken over by KANU. I went into the roots of the problem. It used to be under the Ministry of Tourism. So when I was Minister for Tourism, I went to the books and I found that KANU had actually bought it for 1,200 shillings.
Huh?
Without a cabinet paper. They had a title, which they had bought KICC for 1,200 shillings.
Yeah.
Right?
This is 1,200 bob, right?
1,200 bob, for the whole of KCC. So I marched there one day and told them, sorry, the government has taken this over, and if you have problems, go to court. And I remember that is the only time when Uhuru Kenyatta ever went to the streets and he was tear gassed. We joked about this until today. He always said, Raphael, you made me to be tear gassed. And of course, the current president, they were all on the streets demonstrating that building belonged to KANU, the political party, which was a lie. all right? Now, I had the audacity to do it, okay? And I just cleared with the President Kibaki, and he agreed with me, and we did it. Now, when it came to what you can call arrogance and so forth, I was very firm that I was not going to follow Raila for the sake of following him. I asked questions and I said, I don't agree with this. In 2022, or before 2018, Raila told me, I'm sorry, Raphael, I was wrong and you are right. And I think that for me, I really felt vindicated, because the path that he had taken, which was ethnic mobilization, you know, you had this thing called Pentagon. Everybody had their own ethnic formation. And that was the beginning of the word kingpins, all right? I felt it was wrong for the country. And I think I'm vindicated that things could have been better in this country if we were a little bit more tolerant with President Kibaki. Everybody now says President Kibaki was the best president. And I was considered extremely arrogant in Luoland, that how could I dare
go against Raila?
I mean, you know.
But why are you going against Raila, really?
Yeah, I was not going against him. I was just having a different
You are charting a different path.
A different path. And, you know, there was a certain amount of bias towards Kibaki on my part. He was the patron of Starehe School. So he partly paid school fees for some of us. So you're not going to tell me that just because he's a Kikuyu, then now I have to change my loyalty to Raila and not work with Kibaki. Needless to say that I wasn't one of the people who was proposed to become a minister by Raila. I mean, he had other proposals. So my loyalty to Kibaki was based on reason. And he gave me enough space to operate as a minister, and I got his buy-in. Sometimes he would tell me, no, Raphael, just make the decisions and proceed. I tell him, no, I just wanted you to know that this is the direction I'm going. As Minister for Foreign Affairs, he allowed me to come up with a list of those who should become ambassadors. So I went to him with a name from Turkana, because since independence there had never been a Turkana ambassador. So I was able to identify somebody through colleagues in Parliament, and then, you know, there's this guy who is a lecturer at Egerton University. He's the first PhD from
that region.
From the region is Turkana, but he's Kanu. And I told him, what the heck? It doesn't matter whether he's Kanu or not. He had contested, I think, in a Kanu ticket in Turkana. So I called the guy to my office. That is Ambassador Ikai. I called him to my office. He had never had any experiences as a diplomat. But I took his name to President Kibaki. I said, look, you know,
we need this guy.
He's the first PhD from Turkana. And, you know, I think that he has what it takes. He became our first ambassador to South Korea. And he
excelled.
He excelled. All right. So I did those kind of things of reaching to minorities.
Yeah.
I mean, I had people from the Somali community. There were not many that time. So I appointed one to be our first ambassador to Kuwait. I reached out to the coast. I got Adigo. And, you know, that's the kind of thing that I would discuss with the president that time, that, you know, we have to be as inclusive as possible. And I used to even challenge my colleagues in the media. I went to the Nation, I told them, show me a Turkana reporter. Yeah, it's not just government. I would talk to my colleagues in Kenya breweries, show me somebody from Lamu who is in your top management, because we have to bring everybody in. The country is not sustainable as long as we have a significant population of the country which is marginalized and do not feel they are part of this country. That's the beginning of our problems.
That must have been a strange world you found yourself in, eh?
Well, he comes from a community who had felt they had been marginalized for a long time, and did not feel that they were part and parcel of the country. You must bear that in mind. So when you take a position that runs contrary to what people have come to accept is the path they should follow, you will have very many problems. People may even realize you are right later on, but that is after you have had problems. But the thing is, let me ask Mheshimiwa, despite all these problems that we are referring to, because there were problems of, did it stop people from coming to you to talk to you about the things that they think you could assist them with?
Well, I think I assisted a lot of my constituents, and I had a balance. I mean, I can say that there's no time when I appointed a relative to any member of my family to any significant position in government. Zero.
Is it that they didn't merit it?
Yeah,
or
if they didn't merit it, they didn't get it.
Okay, that's
okay,
fine.
that's one. And number two, I think I was very focused on inclusion of marginalized peoples. But then still, I made sure that there was a meritocracy as well. I mean, when I influenced the appointment of Ekai, I mean, he came to my office and he was completely lost. I couldn't believe that I was getting him to become an ambassador because he didn't know me at all. I requested, people like Ithure who are in parliament, and I told them, look, I've seen in the list of Kenyans who have been ambassadors since independence, not a single Turkana. Why is this? Right? So I think it is important as a country that we try to interrogate ourselves as to why are we in the kind of problems that we have. And I was talking to somebody about this yesterday. Talk about the Luo community, for example. Their marginalization is not only a local thing. It is being in the wrong side of the international geopolitics at one time. So that in this country, you can never hear of a hospital called Russia Hospital anywhere else except Kisumu. Yeah, very true. Okay, so in that international geopolitics, Luos found themselves on what would consider to be communist side. So when communism lost internationally in the international geopolitics, that part of the country and the senior people in government at one time were looked at with a certain amount of suspicion.
Yes.
So that, for example, I mean, many people don't know this, but when President Jomo Kenyatta appointed Jaramogi Odinga as ministers of finance, he was the first minister appointed to be Minister of Finance in Kenya.
Yes.
It was vetoed by the British government that they could not allow him to be in that position.
Yes, because of the geopolitics.
Because of geopolitics.
Yes.
When he became Vice President and Minister for Home Affairs,
yes,
the NIS then, which was British
special branch
that time, which insisted that there is no way by which they are going to answer
to this communist.
So the police and the NIS, which should have fell under the Ministry of Home Affairs, was moved to the office of the president.
Yes.
If you go to the UK, the police, prisons, NIS, they fall under
Home Affairs.
Home Office.
Home Affairs, yes,
office.
they do.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that polarization, international polarization, found its expression.
It influenced a lot of what happened
in Kenya, in Luoland and Luoland to some extent. And the institutions which were established, for example, willing seller, willing buyer, the £6 million which are set aside for, buying the farms of those who are leaving the country under Agricultural Finance Corporation. It was very difficult for any Luo to access that kind of loan to buy a coffee farm or a tea farm, for that matter.
It was not difficult. It was actually impossible.
Yes, precisely. So that impacts on next generations.
Yes.
I mean, if my father had a tea farm or a coffee farm, I would
you'd have looked at life very differently.
I would not be struggling there. I'm struggling today. And that's historical. Yeah. And one of the things which I keep on telling my colleagues in politics and even in the international community, donors and so forth, is that almost every Kenyan community has got its own his own story of
its own
marginalization.
peculiar history. Yes.
You know? So if you talk about Kikuyus, I mean, you know, my father used to work with the railways, and he explained to me how he got his job in the railways. That was after 1952, and the state of emergency had been declared, and it was a government policy that no Kikuyu should be employed in any position which was considered security.
And the railway was considered.
And the railway was considered security.
Yes, because it has serious economic consequences.
Yes. So that's how the Luos found themselves in railway jobs at the expense of Kikuyus.
Yes.
And you know, Luos would find themselves, and Luyas in provincial administration and so forth. And that's when they started calling themselves Serikal.
Serikal.
Which persists until today, if you don't know the roots of it. And you know, if you talk about the Somalis, the Wagana massacre, you know, if you talk about you know, the Kalenjins, they also have their own
they do
beef, especially
the Nandis have the issues, the Kipsigis have the issues,
and so forth.
Yes.
So, you know, we are traumatized tribes or traumatized nations, and I think we need to have some of these conversations so that we can understand that in some instances we have to do some, you know, affirmative action, because as long as some people remain marginalized, the country will not be sustainable.
Well, sure, we will take a short break right now. Then when we return, I mean, you obviously have a very rich legacy, and we can't exhaust that even in 3 hours. But in the next hour, I want us to talk a little bit about your dalliances with Linda Mwananchi. You met Caleb Amisi just the other day. We'll talk about that, what your thoughts are as far as ODM is concerned, the current exodus that we're seeing from UDA to God knows where, and so on and so forth. So brace yourself for that. And of course, we shall be taking up some of your comments going forward. So msiende mbali na sisi. We will be right back.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A new education assessment has revealed that more than 151,000 learners who began under the competency-based education system did not make it to the end of junior school, raising concern over declined retention as learners advance and the growing number of girls leaving school before completion. The data released by the Kenya National Examination Council shows that while early progression remains steady, fewer learners stay in school through the later years, locking many out of the transition to senior school. Former Cabinet Secretary Raphael Tuju has said that young people involved in criminal or violent behavior, often referred to as goons, are not inherently criminals but rather victims of unemployment and lack of opportunity. Speaking on Radio Generation today, he argued that many of them are simply young people who have not been able to secure jobs, stable housing, or the means to start families, and as a result feel excluded and hopeless.
I don't know any young person who has got a job, has got shelter, is planning to probably start a family, who is a goon. A goon are just our children who don't have opportunity and who don't have jobs and who are essentially disenfranchised and hopeless. Those are the ones who become goons. Those are the ones who you can buy to become crowds and so forth. Back then, Kenya had the highest rate of population increase in the whole world, 4.2% for average for the country. But you know, the areas of the country which were where there's food, like say for example Kisii, Kiambu, and Vihiga, Kakamega at that time, was having a rate of population increase of 6%, and that's the highest in the whole world. In fact, 6% is unprecedented. Rate of population increase unless there's major migration after war, for example.
A post-mortem examination has confirmed that senior gynecologist and former Nairobi Hospital Board member Job Obwaka died after suffering cardiac arrest This even as investigators continue to examine the circumstances surrounding his sudden collapse and a parallel suspicion of possible poisoning. The examination was conducted on Tuesday at Lee Funeral Home, with pathologists concluding that cardiac arrest was the immediate cause of death.
And in this post-mortem of the late Dr. Job Obwaka, I was representing the family, and we have done a very exhaustive post-mortem. We have done the post-mortem together with the government pathologist, and we concur with the findings. The cause of death in this case, he had a cardiac problem, and actually he developed a cardiac event, eventually developing a cardiac arrest as a result of a heart problem that he had.
Ukraine has reported a fresh Russian strike in the southern Zaporizhia Oblast early Wednesday morning, just hours after Kyiv began observing a unilateral ceasefire at midnight. According to Ivan Fedorov, head of the regional military administration, the attack targeted an industrial facility but caused no injuries. Ukraine also accused Russia of carrying out a series of strikes in the hours leading up to the ceasefire, which officials say left at least 28 people dead across several cities in the country. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, and 89.5 in Garissa. Internationally accepted on www.radiogeneration.co.ke. We have in studio Honorable Raphael Tuju. He's a former CS and former MP for Rarieda constituency. Tumemuuliza kama anataka kurudi siasa, amesema for now akona shughuli zingine, maybe atatuambia baadaye. But mimi ninajua ujamaa ataingia tu siasa very soon. Mheshimiwa, let me remind you, perhaps you don't remember me, but when I was really young, I was like 5 years old and perhaps even younger than that. There's some HIV programs you used to run, and I used to come there with my brother. We used to do voiceovers and other works within your studios.
At Wilson's Airport?
Yes. I used to, and a host of other people.
Yes.
My entire family, by the way, tunakuja huko tunafanya vitu za HIV and so on and so forth. So in a way, one way or another, tulifanya kazi na uli impact life yangu towards this direction that is media. Now, getting back to the conversation about your meetings and your dealings with Linda Mwananchi, is that where your heart is? Their ideologies, the political ideologies, what they're fighting for as far as politics is concerned?
Yes, I have good friends in Linda Mwananchi. I mean, of course, my persuasion is towards what is in the best interest of the people. And I kind of sympathize with the government of the day, because they have, in many respects, I would say, lost their sense of responsibility and direction. I think there's too much concentration on how much money they would make as individuals, because, I don't think I'm lying when I say that every day Kenyans have even lost interest in the news, because it's 1 billion here, 2.5 billion there, 100 billion, I don't know, on SHA, on, all manner of things. And, I kind of sympathize with them, because is what I would call pathological greed. When you don't know when enough is enough. When you know, please allow me to say a Luo word is what is called occultaco phenomena, in the sense that
occulta phenomena.
Yeah, occultaco phenomena,
okay.
Which means you eat and eat and eat until your stomach bursts, right? Because what do they need these billions for? And I wonder. They don't see the writing was on the wall. I had the privilege of going to visit. I was sent by President Kenyatta.
Yes.
I had a message for Kabila, and when I went to his private home, out of Kinshasa, you know, from his gate to where his house is was 36 kilometers. In 36 kilometers.
From where? From
his gate to where his house was 36 kilometers.
Okay, just pause for a second.
Yes.
So that compound of his, how big was it?
By the time I reached his house, the house was not at the end.
The middle.
It was somewhere in a hill. So you pass his gate, you go through rivers and bridges, you meet wildlife, you know, antelopes, zebras and so forth. You find his farms there, and you know, where people are tilling the land.
Oh, this is his private residence.
Private residence. Okay. And you know, I remember coming back and telling President Uhuru that he's a very poor man. His house is just next to the State House, and from the gate he's on the main road.
So walking
with all that noise, you know. So I mean, 36 kilometers, right? And there's another one I'll tell you, from 36 kilometers from his gate to his house. When I went to his house, I went to his living area, and there's a stage where Rumba people play as he takes his lunch or his dinner.
A live band?
A live band.
Okay.
All right? What? So now, he's in exile in South Africa.
Wanted, actually, I think he was convicted, he was sentenced to death.
Yeah.
If they catch him.
Yeah, he's in South Africa. In fact, I'm told he's gone back to school, he's studying privately now. Okay? So, what was that all about? Okay? Now, Mobutu Sese Seko, he used to order a Concorde or a Boeing to pick him from his village runway. And he had an airport in his village.
Yeah.
So when he wanted to go to Paris, he would order for an aircraft, a Concorde, the way you and me order an Uber to pick you from your house.
Yes.
Now, his grave is an unmarked grave in Morocco.
It was Rabat.
Yeah, Rabat. Because there are enough people who would want to desecrate his grave. Pull him out, pull his bones and crush them. So I don't know what's wrong with people. When is enough? I sympathize with them. It is crazy.
Yeah.
And I sympathize with them. I mean, Idi Amin, when he was almost dying, and a doctor went, there's a special doctor who was brought to go to
he died in Saudi Arabia, right?
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
And when, you know, on his deathbed, they brought a specialist from the UK. It was a lady. And as he started talking to this lady, he told him, no, I know you. I mean, my parents originally come from Uganda.
Okay.
They're the people you expelled. But but don't worry about that. I'm a medical doctor. I've got my ethics to guide me.
Hippocratic oath.
Yeah, Hippocratic oath. So I'll take care of it to the best of my ability. He died. But I can imagine, what did Amin feel that time? All right? So the problem is that for some of us, when we get into this high pedestal of power, then we think that it is permanent. All power is transient. And people should think of that. That's my advice, free advice, to those who are in power today.
Yeah.
They hold the clock, but they don't hold the time.
Yeah. You met with Honorable Caleb Amisi, had conversations. He said that the conversation was more or less about his political future, your political future, the future of the country, and so on. But what are the nitty-gritties of the conversations that you had with him?
You know, Caleb Amisi, we're alumni of Starhe.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's a lot we can talk about.
Sure.
Is like my baby brother, if not my son, for that matter. And any opportunity I have to talk with him, we just talk about this country.
Yeah.
What is in the best interest of this country, and some of it I've mentioned to you about the youth population bulge, what we call goonism, which unfortunately they are not goons, they're just our children who are jobless, hopeless.
Yeah.
And the challenges in Western Kenya, I think we talked about that. Look at what's happening in the sugar industry. You know, the so-called those who are given the opportunity to lease these sugar plantations. I mean, the whole thing is shrouded. It's a criminal sin. You know, the Indians or Kenyans of Asian extraction are the fronts. But who actually are the ones who have been given this lease? Who did the valuations? Did Parliament approve? Why is it that when you go and dig deeper to find out who are the beneficial owners, there's a senator, so they're basically just political bigwigs who have taken over Muhoroni, Miwani, Mumias, you know, the place in Chemelil, and so forth. Now, I know nothing substantial about the sugar plantations, but I want to give a warning to these guys.
Yeah.
If you disenfranchise those people for the next 20 years, 30 years, it is not sustainable. It is not sustainable. People will ban those factories, because don't think that you're going to be in this island of affluence in the midst of so much poverty. It is not sustainable.
Yeah.
You can build very high walls and put electric wires around your perimeter. But a time reaches that people will breach it. Young people breached Parliament despite the guns. Now, so anybody thinking that they're going to continue to own those factories and the local people are disenfranchised is not sustainable. I was telling, and I did explain this to as many leaders as I can. You know, the people in that area are marginalized for generations, all right? And then what happens is that they don't have tea plantations. No, I know nobody from Nyanza who owns a tea factory or a coffee factory.
I am a sugarcane farmer myself. I come from that area.
Yes. Okay. So
sorry, I was a sugarcane farmer.
Yeah. So sugarcane and sugar is the only thing that is of significance in that area. The next thing is fish because of the lake, but not so much because we have a very small section of the lake, and of course the powers that be are also now infiltrating into that business in terms of cold storage and the rest of it. Then the next thing that the people in that area have is deposits of gold. You know, Ikolomani actually means the gold mine, right? So from Kakamega through Siaya, through Kisumu, Migori, into Tanzania, and a bit of Narok is gold area.
Yeah.
Today, gold prospecting is done through remote sensing, right? Through the satellite. So that if you want to know what minerals lie under this house, you don't dig. You pay the right people with satellite remote sensing photography, and they'll tell you this place has got gold, this place has got oil, this place has got this and that and that, and quantities. They'll be fairly accurate in terms of quantities.
Okay.
Now, you have this thing happening in game right now, which I think it's a time bomb. They want to go and do open cast mining in that Ramula place, going to remove the graves of the locals.
This is in Siaya.
This is in Siaya.
Yeah.
Okay.
In Siaya.
Yes. You know, not caring that people have got graves, their families, and so forth. And I understand. I come from a place called Raringo. It's also a gold area. In the hill where my home is, you have artisanal miners making some little living out of that place. Then you give this place to an international, quote unquote, a company which is registered in Jersey. All the directors who are there are just fronts, and those who are actually the beneficial owners are people in this government.
Yeah.
And you think that you are going to sustainably continue to mine in those areas and not have a revolution? Why are we quoting problems? And I can tell you, I mean, I buried my mother and my father in my compound.
Yeah.
If you want to come and do open cast mining, and you bring you remove the mausoleum of my father because now
there's gold.
There'll
be a problem.
We're going to have a bit of challenge there, and to put it mildly. Yes.
You know what is interesting? Huh? You are referring to something that has been documented very well historically. People who have put commerce, what we refer to as capitalism, at the forefront of everything that they do, and disregarding cultural norms, disregarding the way of life that people have,
human rights,
and not taking them into consideration. The reason why Tiomin worked the way it did, those Australians took a bit of time in even getting to the locals whom they were going to understand what they were doing. And part of the reason why Mvurya as governor was able to do the things he did, there was the share of whatever revenues that were accrued from that particular work that went to the county. Okay? And the things that particular county was able to do for its citizens, it's not spoken of, but very few governors have been able to do that. The thing that probably they didn't have an opportunity to advance in, like education, it was provided for. People who qualified went to school. Those who qualified for university went to university. Then the county would pay. Now, we talk about the wealth of this country and sovereign wealth. Yet we've never done an audit of the natural resources that we have in the country so that Kenyans can understand this is the net worth of our natural resources. The guy called Jacob Juma, who died sometimes back. Stories around Jacob Juma's death had to do again with natural resources, something called rare earth. Those are stories. I don't know the details, but those are the stories that came out at that point in time. We have rare earth. Most people don't even know that we are a net exporter of iron ore from Zaita Hills. Net exporter. And we've been doing so from the time that China was beginning to develop. We're exporting to them. We have no clue. There's hardly any mineral you can speak of that we actually don't have. Countries that have sovereign wealth funds have natural resources, and when they've taken care of the needs of the country, they put balance, as you may call it, into that sovereign fund, and it accumulates. We seem to think that what you call the natural resources of the country should belong to individuals.
Yes, and precisely, they actually think that when you bribe the local MCA and bribe the member of parliament, bribe whoever else is an authority, then you can just exploit these resources without any balance. I mean, in my village, and I've been going to the village a lot to consult, as I told you.
Yeah, this is Ramba, yeah?
Ramba, yes, Ralingo actually. Now, if you ask for where's so and so's son, or how do this family make a living, they are artisanal gold miners.
They're actually gold prospectors.
Yeah, gold prospectors.
Yes.
Then you have this Shanta company, which is registered in Gatse, going to remove people from their villages in Ramula because they want to do open cast mining. I mean, the people are saying, please go underground and leave us alone with our graves. Don't displace us from here. And then what happens? You hear GSU is beating people in that place to create room. And I want to ask, who is this who is authorizing GSU to go and beat people?
Villagers, and essentially displacing them from their ancestral land.
Yes.
Yes. They're not squatters, by the way.
Yeah, it's ancestral land. So I have a problem. And when you hear rumors that, Jirongo's death had to do with some of these gold issues and so forth, I worry for our country. Because the topic you gave me was about tolerance, political tolerance and so forth. People can tolerate. But there comes a time when people draw a line in the sand. And I can tell you, in my village, the hill where I live, people are mining gold under the hill where I live. But the day you decide that you're going to remove the mausoleum of my mother and my father, we're likely to have a few challenges.
Yeah. There has been yesterday we hosted, let me start from here. Yesterday we hosted the deputy party leader, one of the party leaders of Jubilee Party, and that is Jeremiah Kioni, and he told us that the opposition is kind of getting late, and he was hoping that even perhaps by the end of this week they would say who's their presidential candidate, running mate, and whoever. What do you think about this that particular statement? Do you think that the opposition, the united opposition, which I believe you are a part of, is doing things right towards 2027?
Well, there's really no formula in politics. When I remember Kibaki was made the opposition candidate, was it less than 3 months or about 3 months to the elections? So, politics is not an exact science. It's actually a field. And therefore, I would be hesitant to make any conclusions. I have a friend of mine who is also my doctor. He said that he doesn't believe, because of the age where we are right now, he doesn't believe in buying raw bananas, because raw bananas, he has to keep them, and hopefully by next week
they'll ripen.
So he says he only buys bananas which are ripe, because he's sure he's going to eat those ones.
He's not certain of the future.
He's not certain of the future.
He has clarity, actually.
Very clear.
He understands his circumstances well.
Yeah, anytime, anywhere.
He understands it.
Yes, and with the may God rest their soul in peace. I mean, souls in peace. My friend George Saitoti. There was a time when we believed that he was a shoo-in to become the president. One morning I wake up and there was a plane crash
that killed him.
Not too far from Nairobi. And there was it's inexplicable what happened. So, as I said, we can hold the clock, but the time belongs to somebody else. So I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen next week.
He made a very compelling argument, because he was saying Kenyans love certainty. And he gave an example of what Honorable Rigathi Gachagua is currently doing. He's out there speaking against the president on a daily. And from his perspective, Kenyans seem to appreciate that. And it is because of the fact that he is very decisive in what he says. He is not taking a lot of corners to say what he needs to say. But he likened it now to the rest of the opposition in terms of they're really not clear. Is it Kalonzo? Is it Matiang'i? We don't even know who it is at the moment who's the forefront. And he said that perhaps might be the undoing of the opposition, and it might give President Ruto a second term.
Yeah. I mean, I respect what he's saying. I mean, Kioni is my friend, and is a person with whom I've worked before.
Right.
So I respect what he's saying. But I think I'll still go back to my answer, which is very philosophical. I don't know what's going to happen next week. I don't buy bananas which are not ripe, and God knows what's going to happen next year.
Yeah.
Things could change in ways that is unbelievable. I mean, who would have known that now we are talking about a post-Raila era? Who would have known? We woke up one morning, and he could be a factor, but he's no longer there. And I've just mentioned to you that Kibaki Tosha came just 3 months before the elections. All right, so I'm not too worried. I think for me, what is important is that we focus on what the main problems are of the country, and Kenyans, I think, from what I saw in Kisumu, because nobody would have believed that Kisumu would say one term. When I was there, nobody was telling them to say one term. They were saying it themselves. And you saw the crowds on the road. Nobody mobilized them to go to the road. But, it took us almost 3 hours from Kondele to where this rally was near Kibos.
Okay.
So, I'm very philosophical about some of these things. I was in the UK when the Berlin Wall fell, and there were people who were crying. Well, I remember one particular situation where the British was covering this person who was really crying at that wall.
Yeah.
And when he was asked, "Why are you crying?" and he said, I sold my land, I sold my house in East Germany to bribe the border guards so that I could cross. If I had known that this border was going to fall,
I would have kept
my land, and I wouldn't be going through this loss that I have. Now everybody's going through.
We are free.
We are free.
Yeah.
So sometimes people don't realize that change can happen all of a sudden. If you know the story of Ceausescu, he was screaming at the top of his voice, abusing his nationals and, thinking that he would stay in power forever. Within the same day, a point reached that actually, they were flipping coins, head or tails, who gets the privilege of shooting this guy.
What is of interest, he had actually been told to leave. Yes, he was given a time. It's his wife who insisted that they should not leave. Change had arrived and they had not seen it.
Yes.
It was at their doorstep.
Were they the ones who were executed in public?
Yes.
Him and his wife, right?
Yes. I actually went to the spot where he was executed.
Yes.
And his body was left there for a while too. If I remember that story. Anyway, I think I read somewhere.
That man had rained atrocities on his people.
And people feared.
Yeah.
Yes. He would shout and people would freeze. And he used to say, it doesn't matter how much they hate, as long as they fear.
Yes.
That was a quotation from him.
Yeah.
So, this is the problem with people in power. They don't realize that power is transient. Indeed, when he ran away, and I think you should read the story. You should read the story. When he was running away, I mean, he was arrested by the people.
Yeah.
A school teacher where he had gone to hide went and reported where he was. And when he was his trial was very short, and the only dilemma they had is that who is going to get the privilege to shoot this guy and his wife. So they flipped a coin.
I'll revisit that story. I watched a documentary on him.
Yes.
I think perhaps I'll go and refresh my memory. But
the people don't know much about Romania, because he was president of that particular country. But he began his career as he was a Secretary General of the Communist Party. Remember, that entire region we refer to as Eastern Europe, the Communist Party reigned supreme. And if you're a member of the Communist Party, he wasn't Russian, he was Romanian. So they had people who supported their form of government. The same was with East Germany. Change is inevitable. It does not really matter what you do, what you say.
It's a constant.
It's the one thing which is a constant. And nations that have thrived have actually had people who've understood the signs of the times. You could argue Moi understood the signs of the times. Because if you look at the African presidents of his ilk and how they manage their countries, these people want to die on the job. And sometimes the letter was brought to you. Moi at every stage, look at his understanding the need to repeal Section 2A. Okay, there were external forces, yes, but there are others who resisted it. Then his agreeing to a two-term presidency, which he participated in, left. Now you see, that legacy made it possible for us to have what we have now. Tanzania were ahead of us. Julius Nyerere was not under anybody's pressure. He just left. And you can see they've had a legacy, but they also have a problem. They have a political party that is a monolith and powerful. Problem with such a party, it doesn't accept change easily. Now, we find ourselves in this particular position, and the question that I keep asking, and I'm going to ask it again, is even as people politic and talk about change, do our politicians understand the burden they have in ensuring that the lives of the citizenry are changed for the better? Do they actually understand it? The politicking I understand, and it's easy when you have an opponent, you can point fingers at. That's the easy bit. But how do you transform the lives of your people? A mineral-rich country like Kenya, let's talk about where I come from, Luo Nyanza.
Yeah.
The leadership that exists there now, those who are in power, Do they understand what it is that needs to be done so that that abundance of natural resources actually changes the lives of the people? But even before I get to that one, we have governors. Do they even understand, or do they have the intention of ensuring that the billions they get allocated to them every year on a monthly basis is actually intended for the benefit of the citizenry and not for them to become richer? The simple answer, I'm asking a question I can answer. No, they don't. They don't. So when people talk about change, Mheshimiwa, and some of these people are at the forefront of change, are people in positions of authority because they have been elected. Are they the people in whose hands Kenyans can feel safe?
Maybe the first question you should be asking, were they elected or selected? What vision were they able to articulate to get them to take those positions that they hold? I think those are some of the challenges that we have as a country. We have serious challenges. I can see you laughing, and I know why you're laughing, and I'm being very economical. I'm being very economic with my words here, and this is a challenge that we've had since the beginning of devolution. There are a few governors that you can give credit for having done the best they could under the circumstances. I have in mind somebody like my friend Kivuda Kibwana. I think I've been looking at what is happening in Muranga, for example, with the young man, some of the leadership they have, Irungu and Dinyoro and so forth.
But don't leave Mvuri out of it, because that gentleman did wonders for his county.
He really tried, Mvuri. So there are few select governors that you can say really tried their best to change the station of life of their people. But the jury is still out there for a lot of the governors that we have in those positions, and sometimes I don't blame them, because what vision did they have? You know, what has tended to happen, you know, is, you know, which ethnic party is supporting you, and that's part of the problems that we have as a country. And I don't want to blame anybody for it. I'm again being very philosophical about it. I mean, we are not really a nation state, as you'd appreciate. We are different nationalities. So Kenya is a geographical phenomenon, so to speak. I mean, we're in Nairobi today, but let me tell you, you drive to West Pokot or drive to Turkana, and you'll find that it's not Kenya. It's Turkana land. It is West Pokot land. And the differences between people in West Pokot and people in Homa Bay, for example, is more than the difference between Russia and the UK. You know, is that not only in terms of optics, but even linguistically, we are very different. So we have several challenges. I think the main problem we have is that a lack of a visionary leadership which is able to appreciate these problems and actively engage themselves and get solutions.
You see, you've gotten to the heart of the matter. The politics that we've had doesn't actually address what we are discussing.
Precisely.
Our politics doesn't. It's strange, paradoxical, but it's true that the closest we got to it was the campaign that William Ruto mounted.
Yes.
Again, we say it over and over, but it's a simple fact that he actually started talking about issues. He introduced a concept. So it is a yardstick that you can use with those who are now in opposition and ask, what are the issues that they're addressing? But you see, I have this problem that the issue seems to be Ruto. It is not what the country needs. It is not what ought to be done. And they simplify the whole discussion by saying, you solve the problem by removing Ruto. I couldn't disagree more. Because the people who are saying you solve the problem by removing this individual, what is it about them that offers a solution that will surpass that which was offered by this person they want to remove? You don't see it, you don't hear it. What you hear is evacuation, remove. And I'm saying, okay, we've got that one. And then?
There's an answer to that question. by Morris and Dati.
Yes.
Morris and Dati is asking, why are we pressuring those against Ruto to share their strategies and plans when we all know it will be hijacked? You don't show your enemy your cards, he or she will feast as they burn them down.
The gentleman who has spoken has offered his view. Unfortunately, the things that will help the citizenry cannot be secret. You want to vie, you are in the marketplace, and there's something you're selling. The question I'm asking is, what are you selling?
Well,
it's a simple enough question. What are you selling?
Well, unfortunately, in this country, and it's not only in this country, I think it's almost worldwide. First of all, we have to accept that we're human beings. And second is that the mobilization of the voters, both here and in a lot of the world, is anchored on whipping emotions. The easiest emotion that will work is the concept of us against them.
It has worked very well in this country.
Yes, us against them. So that, the politician, it is easy when you say, us Luos against Kikuyus, as opposed to the concept of this idea against that idea. What will solve the problem? With all due credit to Ruto, he came up with the idea of hustlers against dynasty.
Yes.
But that was essentially a class dichotomy.
It's them against us again.
Yes. Us, them against us again.
Yes.
So we need a leadership which is enlightened enough. All right? And the places where you've seen this leadership is, of course, for lack of a better comparison, is Singapore, China, the Southeast Asian countries. I mean, it's amazing what they're doing in Vietnam right now. Vietnam just emerged from war. But the country is on the fast track, one of the fastest growing economies.
It is.
Very focused.
They are doing marvelous things in that country.
In that country right now. Vietnam, of all the places. I mean, the only thing we knew about Vietnam is that it was at war.
Yes.
Right? But now they are focused on resolving their problems, creating jobs. Because, I always say, even this ethnicity is not even skin deep. The example is, for example, even when people say, oh, no, I mean, those are Kikuyus, those are Luos. But just wait. If somebody comes, say, to marry your daughter, and you're told it's from that tribe, maybe the tribe you don't like, then they happen to come with their nice V8 car, and you hear the guy is a doctor, you'll hear the parents who are against this ethnic intermarriage saying that they start mellowing down and they say, umejua binadamu ni binadamu tu.
Kijana ni mzuri sana.
Bora mnapendana. The tribe issue will be gone. So this thing is not skin deep, it's very superficial. You hapa juu tu. Hata ina mzizi.
If you go back to our politics.
Yes.
You see, you are a politician. You are a politician.
I'm a communication expert, but happen to be.
You are a politician. Communication experts can't do the job well if they're not politicians.
Yes, okay.
You have to know the political mind and how it thinks.
Okay, fine. Yes.
The question, you see, look at what it is that has worked in our politics and why it has worked. Those who have been in political power seem to have determined that a certain narrative must have the continuity and must have life breathed into it at every stage. So William Ruto actually understood it really well. Because it is a class issue at some level, because the political class is precisely that, the political class. And they have a self-sustaining way of doing things, and one of them is to turn the ordinary citizens against the other citizens of the country. It has worked. The reason why I'm taking the position I'm taking is because if someone tells you that but they're not offering a solution, that every time they seek an election, it is based on the other people who must be blamed for your problems. Devolution, unfortunately, watered down that discussion, because you can no longer say you don't have the resources. You do. And the person who is in charge is your person, speaks your language, probably even is your relative. But for some reason, that narrative is stuck with us. Nobody wants to change it. Part of the reason is because we as Kenyans have adopted this reality that instead of creating businesses that create value and then grow the economy, we have taken plunder as a national sport and as a business that you must pursue. We are among the few countries on this planet where political individuals tend to get richer by the day and yet have no business that can actually point you into the direction of their wealth. And we have accepted it. What you're saying and what we're seeing manifest now with this government is this particular concept taken to an extreme that I personally didn't think it could be taken to. And it is more visible now because a lot of state resources have been plundered over time, so there's very little left. So when it is plundered, you see it with greater clarity. But again, we're in the information age where you get to know what is happening whether you want to or not. You'll be told, you will read it, you will see it. So it becomes a completely different convergence when you look at what it is that we're dealing with.
Right.
But all these people who claim with every breath and with every word they utter that they have the interest of the people at heart, I'm talking about those who are in the opposition. They have no agenda that they can speak of, even in the most general terms, except we will go back to NHIF. Bana, some of the bills that this share that people keep saying is broken down pays, NHIF never paid for those bills. NHIF used to pay for the what? The bed. It improved later on, but these things that you're hearing, if you look at the education system, we'll remove CBE and we'll do the other. You know, tinkering with things that work in the name of providing a solution, our history is replete with these things. So when somebody says that they want to bring change, I understand it. How will I understand what it is you're talking about if you don't tell us what it is that you want to? The change isn't moving back to NHIF. The change isn't going back to 844. That's not it. How do you ensure that the wealth of this country trickles down so that the citizenry, one, has hope, understands that opportunity exists, understands that they are citizens of this country and can benefit? It's not complicated. I do not hear a squeak. Not a squeak.
Well, I respect your analysis, but I'm an incurable optimist, in the sense that we have a choice. We can ensure that we seize the moment and change and bring change. And change is a constant, and you've alluded to something. The first revolution, not the first, but one of the revolutions which you can call an SMS revolution, happened in Egypt.
Yes.
Those young people just exchanged SMSs and were able to mobilize themselves using SMSs. Today we are in this studio, and there was a time when it was terrestrial radio that dictated the direction that this industry was moving. Today it's digital, all right? And people are listening to us from all over the world. All they have to do is to get into the internet and they can tune into this radio station. So one of the constants, the constant is change. And I sympathize with anybody who is deluded that they can continue with the business as usual. And for me, one of the watermarks was the breaching of Parliament, which was completely, unexpected. I didn't see that happening. We are complaining, rightly so, about this ethnicization of our politics, balkanization of our country along ethnic lines. But even as we speak about this, there is a change which is happening. I don't think that my generation are quite aware of the potential of the Gen Z phenomena. I didn't see it that time when it happened, and I don't think that we are fully aware of what happened. And I can allude to, I can say this with what happened in Kisumu when I was there a few weeks ago. If you told me about just a year ago, before the death of Raila, that there could be such a big rally, such a big mobilization of people by anybody else other than Raila, I would have told you how. But, you know, with these young people, Sifuna, Babu Wino, we saw a phenomenal turnout of people with a different mindset. And I took time to look at the crowd, to listen to people. I went to Rarieda after that. And, you know, I would not have imagined that that was going to happen 6 months ago. So I believe that change is inevitable. We may not be completely aware of the parameters that this change will take, and we must accept that those changes have taken place in other countries. I mean, look at, I just told you about Kabila. He's in his compound 36 kilometers to his house, and now he's in some villa or apartment in South Africa taking cover for his life. So change is inevitable.
You know, when you said about the 36 kilometers, I'm reminded of the distance between Kenyatta University and town.
Yes.
That's 16 kilometers. So that means it's double and some.
It's almost like Nairobi to Thika.
Yeah.
It's almost like Nairobi to Thika.
That's quite a distance.
Yes. In somebody's compound.
DRC is 4 times the size of this country. Just one airport. Okay? Largest population in East and Central Africa is there.
Okay.
The point that Mheshimiwa makes, believe me, drives the message home.
I just wanted to put it in the mind of Kenyans. The distance between that space that he's talking about, it's quite the distance.
Why don't you go to Machakos just so that I can get a better perspective?
There's Edith Mutembe, I believe. She's asking, who is the best placed candidate to be president of Kenya? Amani Wewe.
I think there's a lot of consultation going on among an array of leaders that are there. But as I alluded to earlier, I don't know what's going to happen next week. I'm alive today. I don't know whether I'll be alive next week. So whoever I would think would be the best candidate, you know, there's other variables that are not within our control.
Can I ask a different question, Mheshimiwa? What's the lady who asked the question? What's her name again, Paul?
Edith Mutembe,
okay. I think. Yeah. Of those who have said they wish to vie for the presidency, who would you say has the best set of advisors? Because the leadership of a president has very little to do with him. It has a hell of a lot to do with the people around him. Because those are the people who help him execute what it is that he's saying, his vision, his dream, his plan is. Who among these people? And that is measured by this individual, is he the sort of, she the sort of individual who actually listens and seeks people who will definitely be, not advisors, people who will tell them the truth as they see it, even if it means disagreeing with them. Of this lot of people whom we have.
At least I know of one. And I was asked recently by some diplomats who is the advisor of William Ruto. And I know the advisor of William Ruto. The advisor of the chief advisor of William Ruto is William Ruto.
So William Ruto
sometimes is a problem. If my chief advisor is Raphael Tuju, that's a problem. And that's the biggest problem that we're having in this country today, that a lot of us who are leaders, they are our best advisor, and the advisor we surround ourselves with is ourselves.
Mheshimiwa, I've heard that said on very many occasions, and I ask myself the question, somebody whose chief advisor is himself, would he be able to survive as this particular president has survived? I think that particular narrative is spiced, and that particular narrative is turbocharged, because it is next to impossible for somebody to simply listen to himself all the time. It may have been at some point that was the case, but after 2024, I would think otherwise, Mheshimiwa.
Yeah, probably. But I'm saying, is this not only a problem of President Ruto? This is a problem with most of us.
Yes.
In the political arena.
Yes. You know better than everybody else.
Yes.
Because if they knew better than you, then why are you in the position you're in?
Precisely.
They would be in your position.
Precisely.
That's why I've asked the question of these fellows. Just name whoever it is. What sort of people do they surround themselves with as advisors? People who you look at, you say, yeah, that fellow makes sense.
Yeah, it's usually, unfortunately, and this is human, is usually those who tell them what they want to hear. And as a politician, that's a weakness. I've been a member of parliament, and those who would pose as my advisors were usually the people who hang around me.
Yes,
right?
Who benefit from the position that you have.
The position you have.
Yes.
So they'll give you advice which is in their best interest.
Mheshimiwa, let me tell you something. Now, as somebody who comes from the region you come from, you took a step that many people in that region, as in Luo Nyanza, even fear to think. To actually take a position that seemed contrary to what Raila Odinga would have taken. When Raila Odinga became Prime Minister, the very thing you're accused of not employing enough of our people, namely Luos, Raila did precisely that, and he was blamed. Said, but this guy is not employing enough of our people. He's helping other people. Which means Raila Odinga understood what worked. He knew what worked, and he knew if you want to be a national leader, you must position yourself in this manner. Or if you really want to help people, you must help as many people as you possibly can, not just your own. The lot of leaders we currently have who are baying for William Ruto's blood and feel they want to take over, I personally do not see, in all honesty, anybody whom I can look at and say, this person understands the burden of this country and is willing to incorporate people who will help him or her carry this burden. I do not see. I see people who want to be president. I see people who want to be prominent. But people who want to carry the burden of the citizens of Kenya, I do not see.
Let me read some comments here. There is DK saying, DK amesema vitu mingi, acha nichague moja. Amesema, I love Tuju for nothing. Movie pass my sincere greetings to him. He is genuinely presidential, truth be told. Have you ever thought of running for president?
I did think about it in 2012, 2013. But again, I was confronted by the reality of Kenyan politics. And the reality of Kenyan politics is that you need an ethnic
support base.
And I think it is the same kind of challenge that Peter Kenneth found himself confronting. So sometimes you feel that maybe the country is not ready for the ideas that you have, and history is full of this kind of situation. If you read Nelson Mandela's book, Long Walk to Freedom, he talks of some of the leaders of ANC who are thrown out or lynched because the public were not ready for the dialogue with the white people.
The National Party.
The National Party. Okay? So which happened, so Mandela says that for a long time he was a prisoner of the ANC and the people of South Africa. While he knew that the future was actually having a dialogue with the white people. But if he did it before the people were ready, they would have lynched himself, Mandela. So to a certain extent, you remember when de Klerk would say that all he has to do is to renounce violence and they'll get him out of prison. But the last days that he stayed in prison, last years that he stayed in prison, he was a prisoner of the ANC. And in fact, when he started the discussion with the de Klerk, they were top secret discussions. Because if people found out before they were ready, they would have lynched him the way they lynched other ANC leaders. So part of the problem we have in the country is that the most potent organizing principle in the political arena is the tribe, right? So that is the easy way out, because you start with an ethnic base, and with that ethnic base, then you are able to get a seat on the table.
Okay.
And that's the challenge we have. I mean, what are the chances of a Taita, perhaps somebody from the Taita tribe,
being president,
being given a seat on the table, or being president? Because he'll say wako wachache. It doesn't matter his intellectual capacity, his leadership skills,
development agenda, vision.
That capacity is irrelevant when it comes to the political arithmetic in this country. Maybe it will not happen in our lifetime, but maybe it can. I mean, if you look at the situation in Tanzania, the ethnicity do not matter so much. It is the party who is in CCM. So in Tanzania, in fact, if you come from a majority tribe, it works against you. Because people don't want this domination of certain big tribes. So something can flip here as well.
All right.
So you remain hopeful.
There's another comment here that I had seen. There's a guy called Star Kenya. Sijui ulimfanyia nini Mhesh, but he has a lot to say. There's one that was by Mr. I think it was Getubo, and I think I've lost it somewhere here. Here it is. John Ngetubo, I believe it is. It's John Getubo. Amesema, I love Tuju for his political stand in many years, not partisan to ethnicity. Extend my regards to him. So salam kutoka John.
Thank you.
Last question as we come to the end of this conversation. Of course, there's some things you can't talk about because they're currently in court. But what can you tell us about Dari and perhaps where the case has reached currently?
Well, Dari is very convoluted, very complicated. We, have a case in court, a criminal case, where members of staff of EADB are facing criminal charges at the magistrate's court because of having lied to the police and having lied to the Supreme Court. So that is there. We have a case in which they have pleaded immunity not to be charged criminally. We have a case with EACC having arrested some people who were trying to get money from some bribe from me. And there's a judge who is implicated in this, so that is active. We have some cases at the the Constitutional Court in terms challenging that immunity, because we think it is immunity for impunity, so that is active. We have also another case in the Constitutional Court, a ruling which the court had decided that the EADB Act is unconstitutional because it gives for example, the minister in charge of Treasury, the leeway to give money to the bank without passing through Parliament, and that money should not be audited, and that the bank is not regulated by central bank, which means that they are able to operate with impunity and, say, for example, refuse to accept my proposal to buy off my loan using another bank, because people are more interested in the 27 acres than in getting their money. So, these figures are a little bit too difficult for people sometimes to understand. Is it, do I owe 2 billion or do I owe 4 billion and so forth? But I can tell you that the business model I had, if I'm allowed to go ahead with it, with 27 acres, if you do your math and you divide that into 54 half acres, and even if you just sell those half acres without developing anything on them, you'll get between 5 and 7 billion shillings. So somebody would want not to be paid their 1.5 or 2 billion, because
in
that
favor of 7 billion.
Yeah, because that secures for them 7 billion. So, of course, there are people in the bank who are implicated on this. Some of them, unfortunately, fortunately, have since left the bank.
Okay.
Then politics jumps in. There are those who would want to get this property to get back to me, back at me, because I'm a political item. So. If you have a way of squeezing me, you squeeze me. So it's too much. I think, let me leave it to the courts to decide. The matter is there, and I thank the Kenyans who have prayed for me during my hour of tribulations. I've gone through other challenges in my life. I survived a plane crash. I survived an auto crash with as I told you, I've got 7 metals on my vertebrae.
Right.
And I'm still up and about. So this too will pass.
Okay. This too indeed will pass. Thank you so much, Mesh, for this opportunity to have a conversation with you. We invite you back. And I know that there's something happening in Siaya, hata kama utaki kutuambia. Lakini tutangoja ukuje tuambie.
I'm consulting.
Sawa. Consultation it is. Sitimuga, sema kwaheri.
Kwaheri.
All right. See you tomorrow morning bright and early at exactly 6 in the a.m.
This is the Radio Generation News.